Good morning. We will now reconvene the two-day board work session for the Beaufort County Board of Education. This is the second day, August 15, 2020, and the meeting is being conducted by remote video conferencing. It is not being live streamed by the county channel, but is being recorded by the board's assistants. So our first order of business today are public comments.
I have two, and I'll dial the first person.
Okay, thank you.
Now, well, the first person didn't answer, so I'm going on to the second.
Hi, you reached. Hello.
Hello, is this Lynn?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you state your name, first name and last name, so we can see if we can hear you?
Absolutely. Yes, my name is Lynn Foster. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Yes, my name is Lynn Foster, and I'm an educator and dedicated teacher at McCracken Middle School. Dr. Rodriguez and Dr. Bradley, I wanted to call in to show my support for you and your decisions for us to begin school virtually. Teachers, thank you. Students, thank you. And your leadership has been unwavering. Knowing that you stand firm behind your decisions provides comfort during these uncertain times. So please stay strong. I'm also a person that exercises my right to vote. Dr. Wisniewski, you noted on your Facebook page, and I quote, "I'm a school board member, and like many of you, I'm also a full-time working parent of 3 school-age children. We have a lot in common. Before June's graduation, I also had 3 children in Beaufort County schools. And being a working mother does have its challenges. And I especially know this because until this past year, my husband was active duty for 30 years. Before we decided to have children, we made conscious decisions about priorities. And we knew when we married 27 years ago that at some point in Thomas's career, there may be the real possibility that he'd have to go to war. We knew ahead of time that I may have to be a single parent, manage 3 children, a house, a yard, our finances, car maintenance, pack a household, and move across the U.S. and into foreign countries, all without him there. And we knew all of these things might have to take place when and where we didn't have the support of family. Add on to this my teaching career, and you've had a peek at my life. Yes, all of this I learned to manage during deployments that often exceeded a year. And no, we did not have any idea that we would do this for 7 deployments. But we did make conscious decisions before we found ourselves in these possible crisis situations, and we planned for the worst. At that time, I sacrificed my teaching career for the good of my family. We always made financial sacrifices and didn't live beyond our means. And we knew what was needed to manage our household without the need for a possible second paycheck. We basically planned for what was essential, rain or shine, for us to survive and yet ensure that our own children thrived. I am an educator. At what point did my career become a necessity for others like yourself to pursue their careers? I am not a child care option. I am an educator. Perhaps others, including yourself, Dr. Wisniewski, could learn from my experiences. We are each responsible for making personal choices that directly affect how unforeseen circumstances might affect our children. To this day, we don't live beyond our means for being able to make personal sacrifices that ensure our children are able to survive and thrive. If needed, my husband or myself will sacrifice our teaching careers and one of our jobs to ensure that our children's education remains a priority.
Ma'am,
Perhaps others should do the same.
Lynn, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, yeah, try the first person again.
Yeah, she just called me.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello, Tara.
Yes.
Yes. Can you say your first and last name so the board can see if they hear you?
Tara Polson.
Can you hear
Yes,
her?
can hear her.
Yes.
Go ahead, Tara.
Yes, thank you for allowing me to speak. So I just want to speak on behalf of all the working parents in Beaufort County. Listen, I'm an essential worker. I've been working since day one of this pandemic. My husband has too. We've sort of piecemealed childcare together for our children for the last couple of months. And we were planning to enroll our kids in school, and I know many parents were. I think I've actually sung the praises of the board all the way through this whole thing with how they've handled things, until they took away our choice to send the kids to school. And I just think that it is imperative that parents have the choice to send their kids to school versus keeping them virtual. I think that this choice should stay as it is. Parents can choose virtual if they want. Parents can choose school if they want. And, let us sign waivers. Let us do whatever we have to do. But I think that the choice needs to remain, because there is a huge blue-collar, working-class, population in Beaufort County that depends on school, that depends on that. And you're putting parents in a position at this point where they're scrambling. I mean, parents are panicking at this point, trying to secure childcare for their children, trying to find a way and it's not just childcare, it's education. I looked at the video that kind of outlined how this virtual learning was going to go, and needing a learning coach. Like, even if my husband were to piecemeal together some days at home, there's no way that that's going to work for working parents. And I just plead and beg that the board consider going back to the original option of giving the parents the choice of having the in-school option. And that's really it. And I know that echoes a lot of the working parents in this county, because I've talked to a lot of them since that decision came out. And so please, we're begging the board to go back to the original idea of that option. I think when you look at the numbers, I know that the numbers are almost split down the middle in terms of what parents are wanting. And I think that speaks volumes, because at this point you've got parents that are, throwing their kids into any program that can accept them. And it's just like a school classroom. So if they can go to the Boys and Girls Club, if they can go to, camp or private school, they can go to the public schools. So that's it. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
That was it.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Smith, your hand is up.
Yes, Madam Chair. I have a question. I want to know today, after yesterday, I know I was on the road, on the road because I had a funeral to go to. I have death in my family on yesterday. So I was on my iPhone, as we pointed out in the meeting. And there were times when I was just not afforded the opportunity to be able to vote. And that concerned me today. So I wanted to know today, how does the phone service work? I mean, how does the voting, the speaking piece work? The mute, unmute, and who's controlling the who's controlling the buttons, and how does that will that affect our participation today?
Well, it's the same as yesterday, sir, for the same reason, and that is, as I announced at the beginning of yesterday and today, this meeting is not being live streamed on county channel. Therefore, for citizens to watch this meeting, they have to be, I guess, in our waiting room on Zoom. Zoom is being recorded by our assistants, Molly and Robin, but the citizens that would like to actually watch the meeting are in the waiting room / participant group, or whatever word you want to use. And since they are muted and we don't have dialogue with the public during the meeting, that is why everybody has to be muted. It's not you cannot, I gather, disable some people and not others. It is our host, Robin and Molly, who are controlling the mute and unmute.
Okay. Well, it just yesterday it seemed kind of discriminatory by definition of makes it illegal for me not to be able to vote, and I was just really in distress with that on yesterday, and like I said, there were times when I was trying to vote and that I couldn't, and also trying to deal with the death of my family yesterday. So it just really concerned me today. And also had someone, one of my constituents called me last night asking me why wasn't I able to vote. So I also wanted to agree, that apparently people are watching, and I was not the only person who saw that I could not vote on yesterday. So thank you for conveying it.
I'll respond by saying I'm very sorry you had a death in your family. The way you join the meeting influences your participation abilities, because if you're on a phone, you're not seeing the board documents most likely, which makes it more difficult. So yes, you do. I mean, it's part of the burden is on you, sir, in terms of how you join the meeting. So thank you for your input, and we'll leave it at that. So we will now go to the policy committee work. And you have in board docs, and you are also emailed the Beaufort County Schools Coherent Governance Manual, the draft version. And I will turn the meeting over to the chair of the policy committee, Mr. David Stribinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And good morning, everyone. You've had most of this document for a while. We did add in the last month, we dealt with grievances, succession planning, and board discipline, but the remainder of the document is what you've already seen. Again, the coloring, the red indicates work that's been done by the 3 previous policy committees to improve the policy manual. And as you remember, we merged the existing with the coherent governance format. So that red is quite a few policy committees' work. The blue represents, and there are just a handful of them, but that represents items that the committee felt either had a strong argument for or against, or we were unsure why it was in there, so we didn't want to remove it. So what I'd like to do this morning, if that's okay with everyone, is to go through and focus on these blue items, because the full board has to resolve those before we go back through the entire document. The very first item that is in blue is under GC2 on page 8. And it's under number 4, which is to ensure that the board's business meetings are conducted with maximum effectiveness and efficiency. Board members will. And then there's a series of items underneath of that. Letter I says practice respectful body language, tone, and expression. The committee was unsure of whether that should stay in there because it's somewhat vague. So we're looking to the full board to either say leave that in or take that out. And of course, there would have to be a motion in order to express the board's will on this item.
Mr. Dowling?
Thank you, Madam Chair. David, thank you. I think it's very vague. It's It's arbitrary, and beauty is in the eye of the beholder. I move that the board strike I from the section 4.
Seconded. Seconded.
Mr. William Smith, okay.
Madam Chair, but point of order, could you ask everybody to mute if they're not speaking? There's a lot of background noise today.
Well, sir, there was plenty yesterday too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It sounds like someone's got a radio on. There we go.
Can you take down your hand, please, Mr. Dowling? All right. And Robin, are you putting up the motion? Thank you. Motion to strike GC2 4.I. Yeah. It's actually I think, rather than 1.
Yes, yes it is.
All right. I will be voting against this because I think that we should be an example to the children of Beaufort County School District, 22,000 children and the staff. We are a governing body and we need to have professional civil behavior, and interpret it how you may. I just think we need to be civil and respectful, and to me, that's part of it.
Okay. Madam Chair, since I made the motion, may I speak?
Stop. Keep calling my name. I will call on you, sir. I didn't see your hand go down.
It went down and it went back up. So please
Okay.
stop lecturing me and preside over the meeting.
Sir. Would anybody else like to comment? Ms. Fidrich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe that this is important to have in our governance policies. I think that it just says practice respectful. It's not demanding. It's just saying that it's a minimum level of common courtesy behavior, and I think it's a good thing to have in our policies.
All right, we're ready for the vote.
Madam Chair, may I speak?
You
My
don't have
hand,
your hand up again, Mr. Dowling. Okay. Please follow the procedure and please stop with your nasty remarks. Go ahead.
they're not nasty, they're privileged. David, who would be determining what is respectful?
Mr. Strivenger needs to be unmuted. Did you hear the question, Mr. Strivenger?
Okay, I think I'm unmuted. Am I unmuted
Yeah,
now?
you are.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know how to answer that, John. It would be like any other policy. I suspect the board would have to make that decision based on a vote.
Okay,
Although,
thank you.
you know, because I don't know how that works. I mean, certainly any member could probably say, you know, I disagree with your body language. I'm not sure how that would work.
Well, that's my point, David. The policies are supposed to be based on law and practice, not on social norms, because as free individuals and as individual elected officials, we all have the different societal norms that we prescribe to. Communication, verbal or figurative, in meetings is acceptable political discourse. And I do not think that anybody on this board should be subjected to the chair's opinion of what's respectful and what's not respectful. Think of your own rights.
Mr. Earl Campbell?
Yes, I don't think this has anything to do with law or anything. I think,
That's right.
look, I'm speaking, Mr. Dowling, please let me talk.
Mr. Dowling, you are out of order again. Please stop interrupting people. You did that a lot yesterday. Let other people have the floor. Mr. Earl Campbell, continue.
Because if we would go back and watch our meetings sometimes, the public does, student does, and I get a lot of complaints from folks after our meetings about how we act as a board. And it's ridiculous. You know, we can disagree, but we don't have to be nasty. You know, and that's just where I'm coming from.
Mr. William Smith?
When it comes to this, I believe that first and foremost that we're all elected officials, and two, just to give my colleagues a example. When it says respectful body language as well as tone and expression, there were times when I remember when I was in the classroom or I visit classroom even as board members, as a board member, and I watched students tell their teacher would ask them, the class, hey, what's the answer? For example, what's the answer? And the kids, oh, I know, and he does that, and he's just excited because he knows the answer, and he may be ADHD, or he may be, he may have a learning disability, or he may have something different versus the other kids, as even myself. And so the teachers, I saw why when the teacher said, hey, you out of order, you out of control, you disrupting the class, and the student is just excited because of the fact of how he know that he knows the answer, and that's his way of expressing himself and saying, hey, I know the answer. But his teacher just said that she's going to write it. His teacher not only just didn't say that she was going to write him up for being disruptive to the class, but the kid was just standing up, and that was his way of how he expressed himself. So does it make it wrong because he expressed himself different versus other students? That's really that's a wrong notation for us to use, and to say that gives us the right to not only judge people but to put people in a box because they don't act like certain other people on the board, or he didn't know that kid didn't act like certain people in that classroom setting. So I think it's very biased, and I think it could be dangerous, depending upon how it's used. So I don't think that it is a fair and objective and sensitive to everyone's, because I saw why when the teacher said, hey, you out of order, you out of control, you disrupting the class, and the student is just excited because of the fact of how he know that he knows the answer, and that's his way of expressing himself and saying, hey, I know the answer. But his teacher just said that she's going to write it. His teacher not only just didn't say that she was going to write him up for being disruptive to the class, but the kid was just standing up, and that was his way of how he expressed himself. So does it make it wrong because he expressed himself different versus other students? That's really a wrong notation for us to use, and to say that gives us the right to not only judge people but to put people in a box because they don't act like certain other people on the board, or he didn't know that kid didn't act like certain people in that classroom setting. So I think it's very biased, and I think it could be dangerous, depending upon how it's used. So I don't think that it is a fair and objective and sensitive to everyone's, because certain people have a certain tone. I have once again I close with this. It's no different than in some people's house when they watch TV, they may be quiet. Other people they may talk and have conversations. Some people are not used to that. So I think it's really within the eyes of the beholder, and I think that this is kind of a judgment. It's kind of a judgmental thing. So I will be supporting this motion because I just think that, we need to focus on actually the kids in the district and not ourselves. I think we spend too much time focusing on board members and the behavior of board members. Thank you.
Mr. Guyer?
I like to play poker. But I'm a lousy poker player because I don't have a poker face. I tend to have my emotions on my sleeve. And if this continues to be in the policy, I will just have to go get a large picture taken. I'll prop that up and I'll sit behind it and allow myself to, whatever gestures or grievance or grimaces I make will be hidden. So I will be voting to strike this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yep. Melvin Campbell?
Yeah, I agree that this has very little to do with running an effective meeting. And I don't think it has much to do with the board business. If a person is sitting, with some type of body language that may not be agreeable to others, that's got nothing to do with whether we're handling the business or not. And, if it's not appealing to the constituents, then you get voted out. But in terms of directly affecting the meetings, I don't think body language has anything to do with the business of the meeting. So I'd also support this.
Kathy Robine?
Yes, this has been in our policy manual since I've been on the board. It's been part of our policy. I don't see how it is enforceable. I think that each of us should hold ourselves to a higher standard of behavior in public. But I don't know that we haven't been effective doing anything with this. It hasn't changed people's behavior. So I don't, although I think it's admirable and it should be included, just based on the fact that we cannot monitor it, I will support this.
All right, we're ready to vote.
Voting is open. Mr. Earl Campbell,
No.
okay. Mr. John Dowling,
Yes.
Miss Joanne Orshak. Hold on. Go ahead.
Robin, can I just say that I've been trying unsuccessfully since I entered the meeting to unmute myself with no success. I just want to pass that on to Dom, who's controlling the muting today. My vote is yes. Thank you.
Joanne, you have to either raise your hand or ask to unmute, push the ask to unmute button, and then he'll unmute it, and then you go back. All right. Voting's closed.
Robin, may I respond to your comment again? I was unmuted.
Yeah.
I have been trying to unmute by pressing the unmute button. Do I also need to raise my hand in addition to pressing the unmute button? What is the process today?
The process is you have to ask to be unmuted, and then we would unmute you.
Okay, and I have been doing that, so I'm wondering if we need to take a look at that, if Dom needs to take a look at why that wasn't successful.
Okay, he's listening, so he'll check on it for you.
All right, the motion carries. So the motion is to strike GC2
Thank you, Dom. I appreciate it.
from the document.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Okay, Tina, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, so the motion to strike GC2 4.I from the document carries. The results are 7-3-0 and 1 vote not cast. Could you please go back to the, yes, thank you. The noes are Earl Campbell, Christina Guads, and Tricia Fidrich, and the vote not cast, Melvin Campbell. Mr. Strebinger?
Okay, I'm unmuted. Thank you. Okay. Our next blue item,
Point of order.
State your point.
I was wondering, did Mr. Campbell, I thought I saw Mr. Campbell. I was wondering, did Mr. Mel Campbell, did he not want to vote? Or was he not able to vote?
I was unable to vote, Will, but since he carried, it's not material. It's nothing.
I can put your book. Mr. Campbell, I can put.
My vote was yes.
All right,
Right.
I will put your vote in as a yes, sir.
Okay, so
Thank
now
you.
the motion carries, I believe it was 8-3-0. All right, Mr. Stribinger.
okay. Our next blue item is on page 10, under board meeting agenda number 11. It is letter D, number 4, and it is the Pledge of Allegiance, Statement of Meeting Notification, and in blue, moment of reflection, silence. I have to admit, I'm not sure why we put that in blue.
It was put in blue because on one of the documents in one of the policy committee drafts, moment of silence was changed to moment of reflection. And then in another committee, they wanted to change moment of reflection to moment of silence. So this came back to the board.
So our choice then would be reflection or silence, or to leave it with the hash mark.
Or nothing.
Right, or remove it. I don't think this is a very extended conversation, but
Ms. Orchak? You need to unmute her and Dr. Wisniewski, please.
She's unmuted.
Go ahead, Ms. Orchak.
I move to strike the blue section in this particular policy.
Move to take it all out or move
Yeah,
to change?
take out the blue section.
I think that would also include the word "and," which is
Not blue.
red right
Okay.
before it.
Okay.
Do we have a second? All right, there be no second, the motion fails. Dr. Wisniewski?
I move that we change moment of reflection / silence to red or black, that we adopt it.
Second.
Do you want to speak further, Dr. Wisniewski?
I think having the / in there covers both bases on whatever the previous policy committees covered, and I do believe that that should remain as part of our practice. Frequently, we use that to honor employees of the district who may have passed, other important members or even students that have passed. So I'd like to see that stay.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Dowling?
I was attempting to second Ms. Orshak's motion and I could not get unmuted.
I'm not controlling the mute, so you gotta put your hand up. You know, I'm sorry.
I had my physical hand up and I was trying to get to the thing unmuted, but you were pretty swift with the gavel on that one. So I respectfully request that we revert back to the original motion, which is, in my view, made and seconded.
Ms. Robine, were you aware of Kathy, could you help me on this? Did you see that?
I saw Mr. Dowling waving his hand, but I was muted as well. So that's the difficulty. I'm going to try to keep myself unmuted. Somebody was complaining about noise and there was a lawnmower out, you know, so that's why I muted myself. But I did see Mr. Dowling's hand, but I had no way of responding because of that. So that is an issue, I think. So I would suggest we just go back,
Okay.
deal with Ms. Orszak's motion, and then move forward.
Madam Chair, can may I make a suggestion?
Excuse me?
May I make a suggestion?
Yes.
We can keep the board members unmuted, but you have to be careful of your background. If you stay unmuted, then you can't complain about the background noises if you mute yourself, because it is difficult to sit there and mute and unmute you, but you're complaining about background noises. So we can keep the board members unmuted, but you have to be careful of your background noises.
Thank you. So please display Ms. Orszak's motion to strike.
Okay, I need to go back again to motion to strike the entire motion to strike the blue.
So it's you got it GC2, right?
DC2.
It's D under
D4.
D4.
And the blue section and the word "and" ahead of the blue section. Ms. Orszak?
So just a question, for as long as I've served on the board, we've had a moment of prayer. We've always acknowledged deaths in the district of employees. We've done all of this on a consistent basis. Was that done without a policy in place? Were we just able to do that without a written guideline? David, can you answer that question?
I have no idea, Joanne.
But this was added, David, the blue was added, correct?
I'm not sure if it was added, to tell you the truth. I just know that it was as Robin said, there was different wordings. So because there was different wordings, we put it in blue. I don't know, because as I look at it, I'm saying, I know we've always done the Pledge of Allegiance too. So why was that in red?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay, Rachel, maybe you can answer.
Presently, as it stands, it says under where that would be in our policy 2.4, it says invocation as allowed by law is what the present language is. I don't think we've been doing an invocation. It's my understanding we've been doing a moment of silence or reflection.
Thank you.
May I respond?
Let's see if anybody else wants to speak.
Sure, of course.
Speak first. Go ahead, Ms. Orszak.
Okay, so the moment of silence is relatively new. In prior years, for example, and Mr. Campbell, Earl Campbell can speak to this, we did prayers. So it's shifted along the way. I just want to know the function of this particular piece. Is it a prayer? What is it? Is it just a generic, we're bowing our heads thinking of something of our own, I just don't know what it is, that's all.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No, go ahead, Mr. Earl Campbell.
Moment of silence to me is usually when we have someone pass away, either a student or employee. Before we used to do prayers, but we did not do moment of silence. And that's what I've understand moment of silence all my life, is when you acknowledge that either a student or a staff member passed away. That's what that was for. Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
If my memory serves me correct, I think when I first became an officer, I believe that this was changed, and I don't know whether we had a vote in the how. I don't know whether it was something that was voted on in the officers meeting. But I remember me and Dr. Guar speaking about it, and I think that that she said that prayer. I think prayer was possibly inappropriate, or she may, it may not be appropriate for everyone. But I believe I know that's how it got changed on our agenda, on our day-to-day, on our board meetings agenda. But I'm not sure whether we took a vote on it or not. Maybe her or Kathy can, maybe they might possibly slightly remember. But at the beginning of it, I know prayer was, or maybe Robin, I know that prayer was originally on the agenda, and then it got taken off in the officers meeting. And from that day forward is how we brought this into the fold. But now, if it got changed on the policies, then I'm not sure about that. But I know on the agenda to lead up probably to this, I know that was the change that was made possibly by the officers.
Mr. Mel Campbell?
Yeah, I agree with Will. I think it was changed primarily because it's a reflection in terms of religious reflection, usually some catastrophe or some death that we want to perhaps say a prayer to, but we don't want to, bring in our specific religions. So we reflect silently in a manner that you like. And I think it's appropriate. It's like the pledge, except the pledge is for one country.
That's what I remember also, Mel and William and Kathy too, is that we had a discussion and there was concern about the, I believe there might have even been case law when you start, I believe there was case law because I think Wendy researched a little bit. When you start, you have to be very careful about prayer, that you're all inclusive and not just promoting one religion and so forth. So I think we were doing the same thing without trying to bring a religious aspect into it, that somebody could say, hey, you're promoting Christianity, you're not promoting my religion.
Exactly.
So I believe it was trying to accomplish the same thing without using the word prayer. And I don't know if Wendy has anything to add to what I just said or not. Are you there, Ms. Cartledge? Yes. Can you please unmute her? Ms. Cartledge, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I was just going to say that you all are correct, because we have to make sure that we're respectful of all different faiths. And there was that case, I think it was called Rowan County or something, where they found that you couldn't favor one religion over another. So that was a recommendation. We have a moment of silence so everybody could say whatever prayer they wanted to on their own. But we weren't showing any favoritism, like Mr. Campbell was saying. We couldn't specify a religion, so we had the moment. I remember talking about that when Mr. Dowling was chairing the policy committee. We talked about it one time there. And Mr. Smith, yeah, that's what I remember.
Thank you, Wendy. Mr. Dowling?
I want to support what Earl said initially. I think that most people take a moment of silence as respect for someone who's passed. So I move that we strike the word silence.
You already have.
Is Ms. Orszak's motion on the floor?
Yes.
Yeah, still on the board.
So that's been struck, the whole thing.
Right. So
I'm not sure, do we keep Ms. Orszak's motion? Hold on.
do you have it?
Yeah.
So let's display it. Yeah, okay. So what, okay. Kathy?
I'm just wondering if we can vote on Ms. Orszak's motion.
Okay. All right, we're ready to vote. Yeah. Voting is open, Robin?
Yes, ma'am.
Dowling, yes.
Orchak, yes.
No.
Mel Campbell, no.
The motion fails 2-8-0. Mr. Smith, are you casting a vote?
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I was gonna say abstention.
Okay, so the motion fails 2-8-1. 2 yeses are Dowling and Orchak, 8 noes and 1 abstention Smith. So could you, oh yeah, you put it in there. Thank you. All right, so it stays there the way it is right now.
Do I go back to Miss
Yeah.
Rachel's?
Yes.
That failed.
Rachel, would you say your motion again, please?
Yes, ma'am. It was a motion to adopt the blue language in section GC2 D.4. D4.
Thank you. Any further and who was it? We had a second already too.
Grevinger.
Who was the
David?
second?
I think it was
David?
David.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let's display that. I know it takes you a minute.
There it is.
Okay, thank you. And I think we've already discussed this, so any further discussion? There being none, we will now vote.
Yes.
No. No.
Got you, John.
Robin Orishak, no.
Thank you.
Mel Campbell, yes. Is the voting not coming up on the screen, Robin, or do I need to refresh?
You need to refresh, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Smith, have you cast?
Yes, he did.
Thank you.
Mhm.
The motion carries 8-1. The noes are Dowling and Orishak, and the abstention is Smith. All right, Mr. Scrivener,
Okay.
next page.
Ms. Orshak has her hand up.
Okay, Ms. Orshak?
Okay, thank you. Before we move on from this section, the components of the agenda, I just want to ask a question. Number 8 continues to be problematic. It is an open-ended spot on the agenda where the board has not demanded in the past any documentation in advance of what will be covered under the chairperson's report. It might be a wonderful opportunity to really focus on and move those moments of reflection under the chairman's report, acknowledging, retired employees, deceased employees. We need to itemize that item instead of keeping it open-ended. No other board members are able to present open-ended reports and bring up topics that aren't on the agenda. And ceding that level of freedom and authority to the chair is in conflict with what other board members are permitted to do. So will we be addressing this at some point else in the manual, David, or no? Is this the time to address it?
What I'd like to do, Ms. Orshak, is get through the blue items and then go back through the whole
Gotcha, David.
document.
Yes. Appreciate it.
Okay, are we ready for the next? The next is page 11. We're still in GC2 and we're under number 17. And the statement is the board may by favorable majority vote suspend a policy if the proposal for such change was listed on the agenda of the meeting. And in blue, and all board members were notified in writing of the meeting to discuss policy changes. I believe the committee was not sure why that wording was in there, so we put it in blue. And certainly any other member of the committee can chime in on this. And the feeling was that in number 16 is talking about in emergency situations. So number 17 is non-emergency situations.
Mr. Dowling, do you want to speak or no?
Yes,
Go ahead.
I think it's superfluous. We're notified in writing what the agenda is. And if it's going to be on the agenda, then we'll know about it. So it's superfluous. I move to strike.
Second.
All right. Dr. Wisniewski is the second. Ms. Fidrich?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to echo John's sentiments. That was kind of my feeling when we were looking at this, but we kept it to have the discussion. So I support John's motion.
Kathy?
Same. I think that perhaps it was put there so people couldn't say they didn't know about it, because sometimes people don't read the agenda carefully, and then we get to a meeting and they say, I didn't know anything about this. I don't know who put it there. That's only my supposition.
All right, ready for voting?
Voting's open.
Dowling, yes.
Yes.
Orishak, yes.
Al Campbell, yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Mr. Strivander?
Thank you. Our next item is on page 14, letter L, under Roman numeral 2, rules for board members. And L states, persons appearing before the board should be aware that board members are without authority to act independently as individuals in official matters. Neither the board nor individual members will respond to speakers during public comments. Thus, questions may be directed to the board, but answers may be deferred pending proper background investigation and formal consideration or referred to administration. I believe this may be current wording, I'm not sure.
It is.
Yes, ma'am. So we were unsure about the intent or the interpretation of this, and we weren't sure if there would be better wording. I don't think in question was the first part, but I'll leave it open to the board.
Mr. Dowling?
Excuse me. I move that we strike the word may from the last sentence and insert the word will.
Discussion.
Please put your electronic in. It's hard for me to tell who's talking. Ms. Orshak.
Thank you. I will second for discussion.
So we have the entire blue there, except for, so it's the last sentence, right? Thus, questions will be directed to the board.
That's correct.
I think that nobody else has their hand up to me. Yeah, it seems like they're talking to the board, so.
Is that the may you were talking about, John, or is it the second may?
Second one.
But answers may be deferred. Strike the may and put will be deferred.
Yes.
Right.
Because no one can possibly address them.
Any further discussion? All right, voting is open. Oh,
Not yet.
I'm sorry, did you acknowledge me, Madam Chair?
You cannot hear me?
Yes, okay. So I just want to make sure that everyone understands that the question then, John, is this correct? Thus, questions may be directed to the board, but answers will be deferred pending proper background investigation and formal consideration or referred to administration.
That's correct. That's
Okay, I
correct.
just wanted to make sure that we were all on the same page.
So it's will and not shall.
Yes, and where I said it was wrong, it was the last sentence, but it's the second may. But answers will be deferred. Do you see that, Robin?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Process question. So with this, when we vote on it, are we voting on just that word being inserted or the adoption of the entire portion?
Mr. Dowling, did he make? So are you're saying adopt that whole section with that change?
Yeah, I didn't know if that was the intent.
Well, that was my intent. I'm
Okay.
sorry if I didn't put the word adopt into the motion.
Yeah, I just figure instead of disposing it with two motions, do one.
What would happen?
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, no other hands are up. So can you display on the screen though the motion, Robin? Before
Yes.
we vote?
Yes. Trying to get. Wait a minute.
That's not quite right.
I know. Give me a second. I'm trying to put the motion.
Oh, that's the last one. So it's to adopt now.
Yeah. Let's see. Motion to adopt the section GC 2-17L. Strike the word may in the last sentence of blue on letter
You want to
blue.
strike the word may after answers. You better put that in the motion. Strike the word may in last sentence of blue after the word, after the word answers. You've got to have that in there because there's two mays in that sentence.
Mm-hmm.
That's the mistake we already made. Could you hear me, Robin?
Yes, yes. Is that it?
Working on it. Strike the word may in the last sentence of blue. After the word, I can't see the whole.
Answers.
Can you make your screen slightly smaller?
I can't adjust the screen.
Maybe it should say
It should
make
say and replace.
change or change, yeah, or strike and replace, yeah.
So just say strike the word may in the last sentence of blue after the word answers and replace with will, right?
Yes.
So change the to and say and replace with will.
Mr. Smith got his hand up.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Smith?
Actually, I would like to amend that and put shall. Instead, take out the word will, and instead put will, shall.
Okay. There being no second, your amendment fails or does not move forward. Ms. Fidrich?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I believe this is not GC 217L, but GC 223L.
Thank you. Yeah, you're right.
23 Roman numeral 2.
Yep, thank you very much for picking.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it's GC
23
23.
Roman numeral 2. L.
Mm-hmm.
Motion to adopt the section GC 2-23 Roman numeral 2.L. Strike the word may in the last sentence of blue after the word answers and replace with will.
Correct.
Gosh, I think we have it.
There being no further questions or hands up, voting is now open.
Dowling,
Yes.
yes.
Burchak, yes.
Mel Campbell, yes. Okay.
Mr. William Smith?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries unanimously. Mr. David Scrivener.
Thank you. All right, now we are going to accelerate rapidly to GC7 on page 24. Board members' code of conduct. Number 3, board members will not attempt to exercise individual authority over the BCD. Letter C, members shall not publicly express individual negative judgments about superintendent or staff performance. Any such judgments of superintendent or staff performance will be expressed in executive session. I don't think I have to explain why that's in blue. I think we've had discussions about this before, so I will wait for the board's direction on this one. There's a First Amendment issue here.
Mr. Dowling.
Yes, David. I think this was in the one iteration of the policy manual before, and I believe that the majority feeling was eventually that there was indeed a First Amendment issue. Perhaps someone can help me with my memory. I think that it was part of the negotiation process in the superintendent's contract, and I think it was eventually left out of the superintendent's contract. And I think that it's definitely a prior restraint of free speech.
Mr. Smith.
Madam Chair, I move that we strike it.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Dowling, okay.
Do-
Yeah, I'll read it. It's GC7,
Uh-huh.
3, lowercase c. I would like to know from Wendy, I know there's the freedom of speech, but just as Mrs. McFadden explained yesterday, you also have to be careful about consequences of your speech. And I think she gave the example of calling fire when in fact there's not really a fire. Or she also gave an example of, she mentioned defamation. So normally a performance review of an employee that the board oversees, and that would be the superintendent and other staff, specifically, for example, Robin, done behind in executive session. That's something the public would normally be privy to. So I see this perhaps as being, yes, there's the freedom of speech, but this also may put the board at a legal liability for doing someone's, I guess you could say, you could argue, you're doing the performance review in public. So Wendy, could you weigh in?
Well, the Freedom of Information Act under section 30-4-70A2 says that a public body may hold a meeting closed to the public subsection 1, discussion of employment, appointment, compensation, promotion, demotion, discipline, or release of an employee, a student, or a person regulated by a public body, or the appointment of a person to a public body. If an adversary hearing involving the employer or client is held, the employee or client has the right to demand that the hearing be conducted publicly. Nothing in this item shall prevent the public body in its discretion from deleting the names of the other employees or clients whose records are submitted for use at the hearing. So when the board is conducting a performance review of Dr. Rodriguez or Mrs. Cushenberry, then under that section, you can do that in executive session. So, but you have to be careful about making remarks. Remarks need to be, everybody has right to their opinion, but you can't act with malice and, defame character. So that is a risk too. So we have to use discretion in our words. And as, Ms. McFadden was talking about, you have to be truthful and you don't want to use fighting words. So I don't know what good it serves to berate one another in public. I mean, you have to think about what we're saying, but we do have the right to free speech. We do have the right to our opinion. So the Constitution guarantees that we have the right to free speech. So it's a constitutional right.
Mr. Earl Campbell?
Yes, for me, I do not think that we should do this in public. We can disagree with the superintendent, we can disagree with the staff or principal of the school, but to publicly say negative things about them, you cannot actually be fair if that person come before this board. Yeah, and you as a board member, me as a board member, because for me, I think it is wrong. If you have a disagreement with the superintendent, then you should go to him and talk about it. You shouldn't go out in the street and this public disgrace him. It's just not right.
Mr. Dowling?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the concerns about this are being exaggerated. It's not a performance review. I remember when we discussed this in the ad hoc policy committee meeting, Dr. Wisniewski famously said, well, if I can't say anything negative about him, I'm not going to say anything positive about him. And if you take this to its logical conclusion, yesterday we had a board member criticizing the decision of the superintendent not to have face-to-face and very publicly soliciting emails and letters contradicting, it's asking that the superintendent's decision be overturned. Now that is a negative judgment on the superintendent. We have a responsibility as elected officials to communicate with our constituents as to whether we think our one employee's decision on this or that was the correct one. And we will spend our lives in executive session if we have a thing like this. It's not a performance review, and to call it a performance review is a gross exaggeration of the concern of the problem. I move to, excuse me, is there a motion on the floor to strike?
You did already.
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I made that motion, Mr.
All right, I support Mr. Smith's motion to strike.
All right, Mr. Guyer.
Yeah, I don't condone publicly expressing negative comments about the superintendent or the staff. It's poor leadership, it's poor management. But elected officials must have freedom of expression. So I'm going to support striking this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Dr. Wisniewski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I was just going to echo Mr. Dowling in where I see the slippery slope here. And that is that, and he used the example quite pointedly, that I disagreed with the decision that was made. That doesn't necessarily mean that I'm, making a negative judgment on an individual. It's just a decision that was made that I disagreed with. So, and also he very rightly made the point that as elected officials, we are charged with obtaining the opinions of our constituents, and they are who elect us to, and they are at the top of the hierarchy of the school district. It goes, people, Beaufort County Board of Education superintendent. So we are just conducting our charge, and that's certainly what I was doing. So I do see that this could be a slippery slope, and I agree with Mr. Dowling and Mr. Guyer as well.
Kathy Robine?
Yeah, anytime we talk about the First Amendment, it is a very slippery slope. I think the important thing here is that individual members need to make it clear that they are speaking as an individual and not reflecting the views of the board. I think that although I totally agree with Colonel Guyer, I think that it's not an appropriate thing to do to go out, but the law provides us the ability to do it. So I will support this.
Ms. Orshak?
Will also support Mr. Smith's motion. If the board is free to add positive comments publicly about the performance of a staff member, then it should be equally free to add comments to the contrary. But I do agree with Kathy Robine that we should preface such comments, either positive or negative, with these are my own views, and they don't reflect the views of the board.
All right, there being no further comments, voting is open.
Dowling, yes.
No.
Howard Campbell, yes.
Orishak, yes, Robin.
Mr. Mel Campbell, I didn't hear you. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Motion carries 10-1-0. The no is Mr. O'Campbell. Mr. Strivenger?
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. The next item is on page 28, GC9, addressing board member violations. Number 5 says, if a board member makes an inappropriate or offensive remark toward the public, then a board member may make a motion at the time of the offense to vote publicly as to whether or not the violation would require an immediate public reprimand and or a formal apology to the party offended. We put this in blue, I guess, for obvious reasons. But we think that the history of this is that board members made inappropriate comments to public commenters. And so this was inserted into the policies because you can't wait because the public commenter is there, so you need to take action at that time. That is, I believe, the history that we constructed. So we put it in blue.
Mr. Dowling?
If a board member makes a remark to a public citizen about their comment, there's a policy for that. We just passed it. Well, we just wordsmithed it that the board will not respond. So the member would be in violation of that, okay? My questions about 5 is who's going to determine if it's offensive or inappropriate? When I was in college studying business management, we had multiple organizational behavior courses. And the thrust was, if someone gets offended, that's their choice. It's not always the intent of the speaker to offend the person. So if someone gets offended by something one of us says, that's their dime, as far as I'm concerned. And I don't think that any of us want to have another board member deciding that A, a remark was inappropriate or offensive, or number two, voting on the cuff, on the fly, to reprimand a public official for that, I think is just crazed. I move to strike.
Do we have a second?
I'll second for discussion.
That was Ms. Orshak. Second. Go ahead. Ms. Orshak?
Thank you. So are we talking about a formal statement made by a board member? There was one not too long ago, formal statement read aloud, added to the minutes about an advocacy group, a Bluffton education advocacy group. Is that, are we talking about formal statements? Are we talking about, I don't know what we're talking about here.
Well, it says remark.
Remark. Okay.
So I think that was the target.
So
But
it's even broader. It's not, a formally packaged written statement, but even just a common, casual remark. Correct?
I'm guessing that is the target.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay.
Personally, I think you don't need this policy. A board member can do that no matter with this or without this. So I would say take it out. Any further discussion? All right. So the motion is to strike GC 9, number 5. Voting is open.
Dowling, yes.
Mr. Earl Campbell, were you a yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Brishak, yes.
Al Campbell, yes.
Thank you.
Still not getting the.
Motion carries unanimously.
I'm not sure if we have another blue in here or not. We have some things in blue, but that's just because they're federal or state statute sites. So
Yeah.
they're really not up for debate. I think we have exhausted. I think we've exhausted the blue items.
Yep, that's right.
So the format now would be to go back and start entertaining questions on the document as a whole, including the red items, including, Mr. Orshak's question. And we could start there if you want, but I'm just waiting for questions from anyone. And I know Joanne already has one, so let's start there.
Who are we starting with?
I called your name, Mr. Dowling.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I did not hear you. I'm trying to go in order of pages.
Okay.
Page 5, David. This is just a suggestion. On page 6, there's a very good chart about governance policies feeding administrative regulations, which feed operational expectations, which hopefully feed results. Now, there's a language that's developed that I'd like to see a verbal explanation of that in the definitions piece, because parents write me and say, I asked the school about this and they said it's policy. And I know based on that chart and from my own experience, it's not policy, it's a regulation. And everybody has, words are important. They have to talk in terms of what they are. Even in meetings, committee meetings, we had staff members talk about an AR and policy as being interchangeable. They're not. So I would like to see a definition of policy, AR, and operational expectation put into the definitions page. If you need a motion on that, I'll move it.
I think we need a motion on everything, Johns. I mean,
Okay, I move that the definitions page include a definition of board policy and administrative regulations and operational expectations.
Second. Orshak, second.
Dr. Wisniewski?
I believe operational expectations is included in there, but
Yes, it is.
and I'm not sure do you mean, Mr. Dowling, that you'd like to see it state board policy refers to and explain that that encompasses everything that's in the board's coherent governance manual? I'm trying to understand what clarity.
That would be fine. My goal is to have everybody in the district, employees, staff, board, talking the same language. That if the board passes as a policy, if the superintendent directs it, it's an administrative regulation. And I think that a step towards that understanding would be to define the two at the beginning of our policy manual. You're right, Rachel. You can leave up the operational expectations because no one in the school building will be concerned about what except maybe the principal, will be concerned about what the operational expectation is. But we shouldn't have people quoting a regulation to parents or other civilians as a policy when in fact it's not. That leads to confusion about what the board's role really is.
Ms. Fidrich?
John, I think this is an excellent suggestion, and I support it. I think the more that we define the terms, the better, because as John mentioned, there can be some confusion, and I think this is a great suggestion.
Ms. Cartledge?
Yes, thank you, board members. I appreciate very much these comments, and I do have the Coherent Governance book here at the office, and it does have a definition for policy, the shared value of a board majority that drives action, governing policy, and it has some other definitions in the glossary that the policy committee, maybe we could review those together and see if there's some other definitions that might want to be included. For example, reasonable progress, you may want that. Monitoring, governance culture, what that means. The operational expectations definition is here. Values that establish the standards for the organization's performance, including actions and conditions the board expects to exist and those to be avoided as a superintendent makes operational decisions. Results, outcomes to be achieved for and by clients. So they also have governing policy in here too. So maybe we should look at those in policy committee, whatever the board thinks. But I did want to mention those are defined in the glossary of good governance as a choice.
Thank you.
Yes.
So can you put the motion back up, please, Robin? All right, there being no further hands up, we'll vote.
Voting is open.
Yes.
Yes.
Shaq, yes.
Oh, here it is. Okay.
Al Campbell, yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Before we leave this page of definitions, I have a concern too on this page. And my concern is the paragraph starting with quorum. It seems to me that this is mixing quorum and majority. And why I say that is, and I think it needs to be reworded. I think it needs to go back to the policy committee because it talks about quorum, but then it says the last sentence is, for example, if 11 members were present for the election, 6 votes are necessary to win. So now we're talking about what the majority is. So I think it needs rewording. And so if somebody else wants to make the motion, I won't.
I will, Madam Chair. It's an excellent point.
Yeah.
Move that we strike the entire, for now, move that we strike the entire paragraph of quorum, beginning with quorum.
No, that wasn't my intent, Mr. Allen. Mr. Dowling, that wasn't my intent. I just want that paragraph to go back to the policy and
I'm getting to that. I'm getting to that. Okay. I move that we strike it and send it back to the policy committee for further refinement, because I agree with you, Madam Chair. A quorum is always 6. It's the number of elected members of the board, not the number of people that are present to vote. You can have 4 people there and it's not a meeting because a quorum has not been achieved.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, that was Tricia. Do we need any more discussion about it? I think it's pretty good.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I was just going to mention this was in the, I think the reason why it's here is because that was in the introduction of our present policy manual. And that didn't have actually like a number for anything. It was just in the introduction section where it was listing out the definition. So this is basically, it's a transfer over. So we certainly can revisit it and look at it to try to clean it up, but I was just letting you know where it originated from.
Thank you. Any further discussion on that one? Okay, voting is open.
Yes.
So I think
yes.
Yes.
No.
Mr. William Smith?
Maybe that's guest iPhone. You need to unmute it. Or maybe can you unmute those two? You see in the list of participants, there's guest.
Let me go back down.
Yes, that's me. For some reason, I apologize. Yes, my computer just shut down for an update. I don't know why now, but it would not let me stop it.
So what's your vote, sir?
Yes, yes.
Ms. Orshak, what is your vote?
My vote was yes, Robin. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Miss, okay, so you're identifying now William Smith on that phone, please.
Yes, because my computer shut down for you.
Okay. By law, as to who's attending and who's not.
Okay, yes, ma'am. No problem.
Yeah. All right, the motion carries 10-1. The no is Mel Campbell.
Madam Chair, may I ask a process question before we go on? I don't have a lot of questions, but I have a few. The manual's actually pretty good. How do we want to work this? Are we going to limit, are we going to say to each member, okay, you've got X amount of questions the first go around, and then we start a rotation again? Or if a person has 4 questions, can they ask them all at once?
It would be better to go in order, just go by pages, because otherwise you're jumping all over the manual. Then
Okay,
you-
by pages, the way we did the blues.
Right.
Okay, good. Perfect.
So now, so David, you're leading the discussion, so I'll let you continue.
I thought I had
No, you
ducked
didn't.
down, gotten you to do it. All right, page 4, page 5, we've gone through any issues with the diagram. I have a ownership pride on that one. Page 7, board purpose. I can't see all the hands, so I'm going to rely on the chair to tell me if their hands up.
Yeah, I'll do the hand. Mr. Dowling?
Okay. David, on board purpose, I don't see anything. I see a lot of good words about education and policies. I don't see anything about stewardship of the county money.
Yeah, it's not explicit. I mean, I unfortunately, I know too much about this, so I know that in the results, there are financial expectations of good financial stewardship. So I know that it's underneath those results, but it's not explicit. You're right.
Could we add something to make it explicit so that we don't sound like a educational advisory group?
Certainly make the motion. I mean,
Okay, move that, I'm thinking out loud now, okay? Move that the board purposes include in the first paragraph, second paragraph, as written, to add after what is, okay, I move that we add to the second paragraph, the statement is, the board also recognizes its responsibility for stewardship of all monies received and spent by the district.
The board also recognizes its responsibility
to provide stewardship for all funds received and dispersed by the school district.
Second for discussion.
Ms. Orshak?
So, here's my hand. Do we have, David, and forgive me if I missed it, do we have the 5 board goals in the manual right now?
I'm sorry.
Do we have the 5 board goals somewhere in the manual right now? Because that would include Mr. Dowling's point, it would include, well, our top priorities, supervision and evaluation of the superintendent, all of those.
No, the board goals are not in here unless I'm mistaken, and certainly I'll defer to the rest of the committee members. I don't believe the board goals are in here because I don't believe the goals were part of the structure of coherent governance. But as I said, the results section include a financial performance result. So I believe the thinking was we wanted to stay focused on achieving results. And one of the results is financial. One of the results is academic. So I think that was our thinking, but I can only speak for myself on that.
So if I understand correctly, the operational expectations cover each and every one of our board goals previously adopted by the board, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I believe that's true.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
Kathy?
I think that the board goals are not included in the policy manual because the board goals may change from year to year. You know, they could change. You could, you know, have, so I think it's something that could easily be added to the handbook. currently these are the goals of the board. But I do think that, you know, there is a possibility that board goals could change. And this policy is supposed to be something that is more permanent and definitive. That's my opinion.
Mel Campbell?
Yeah, I agree with David and the concept. I think the topic there is the purpose. And purpose does not necessarily, you know, cover all of the individual goals to achieve that purpose in my mind. So, you know, why do we have a Board of Education period is the topic in my mind, and that's about educating the children more so than about the other components of how you get to educate the children. That's my opinion. I don't think anything is wrong with what he has there, and the results will cover any kind of, you know, inefficiencies in all of those operations.
Ms. Fidrich?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I concur with David. The conversation we had was focusing on results and OEs, and the stewardship of the dollars are included in that. However, to Joanne's point, I just want to remind everybody that this coherent governance is not new. It was adopted in 2008. And Joanne, if I may, hold this up. This manual was given to the new board members a year and a half ago, almost 2 years ago. And it was referred to as the Strategic Governance Policy Manual. In this manual, there are 5 sections. And you're absolutely right. In one of the sections of this manual, there are the top 5 goals that the board had in 2017. So even though they're not included in this policy section, it certainly was included in the entire manual. Does that make sense? Okay. So it would be my contention, it would be my suggestion that when the entire manual is put together, that absolutely there's a section that includes the district's top 5 goals. But that's not part of the actual coherent governance policy section. Okay.
Mr. Dowling?
David and I have had several discussions over the years, and we both agreed that the policy manual should be something that somebody can go to the website, read, and learn what we're all about. Now, the purpose of the board, in the statute that lists the roles and duties and responsibilities of the Board of Trustees, it specifically mentions to be stewards of the funds. There has to, I think that there has to be an emphasis on that in our purpose. It would not have made it into the legislation if it didn't have a purpose. I was told by one board member that we'll know if the money was well spent based on whether the test scores go up. Well, you can have test scores go up and still waste a lot of money on the way getting there. And a sizable portion of the county, the skin that they have in the game is their tax dollars. They don't have any kids in school. They want a good education for the kids, but they want the money managed well. And that's by law, our responsibility, and our responsibility, a major one like that, should be included in the statement of the purpose of the board.
Jerry, could you please put the motion on the screen? Thank you. All right. There being no further hands up, voting is open.
Yes.
Mr. Smith, yes.
Yes.
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Check
Al
yes.
Campbell, no.
Ms. Orshak,
Check yes, Robin.
voting's closed. Come on.
Motion carries 9-2. The two noes are Strivenger and Melvin Campbell. All right. I'll go back to you.
Okay. A lot of feedback. I'm getting feedback. I don't know if anyone else is.
Yes.
Okay. It's like being at a rock concert. GC1, are there any more suggestions on board purpose? Okay. That moves us to GC2, which is a very large one. Governing commitments. I can't see all the hands, Tina, so.
Sorry, Mr. Dowling. Sorry. Yep.
Thank you, Madam Chair. David, paragraph 1, the last sentence. What is the word permitted mean, and what is the definition of the word limit the board's performance or prevent the board from fulfilling its commitment? Can you expand on that a little bit?
I can't because we didn't author that. That wording was already there, so
Okay, I move to strike the last sentence in paragraph 1.
Which paragraph?
Paragraph
So
1.
that starts no officer, individual, or committee of the board.
No officer, individual, or committee of the board will be permitted to limit the board's performance.
Right.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Mel Campbell. Robin, this is GC2, 1. It's strike the last sentence beginning no officer.
I'm getting it.
Okay.
Mr. Melvin Campbell, second the motion?
Correct. Just put beginning with no officer. Insert the word beginning with. Yeah, strike the last sentence in GC, beginning with no officer.
And if you put an ellipsis in there, it'll make us look really educated. You put 3 dots after officer.
Gotcha.
That's impressive, David.
Yeah.
Thank you. I did that. I did that for the teachers.
Yes, so just a question. By eliminating this sentence, does it then kind of say then an officer, an individual committee, or a member of the board can limit the board's performance? I mean, if you take that away, are you giving, permission for that to happen?
I'm saying that it is impossible to define, and no one on the board has the authority to determine that an action or statement or anything else can be defined as an attempt to limit the board's performance. So try enforcing it.
I think the
It sets
first
up-
sentence says everything that's intended there.
Could people please raise their hand and not just talk? Please raise your.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Would you like to be recognized, Mr. Mel Campbell?
No, I can't find what I need to find now. So
Page 8 of our draft.
I know where we were. I'm
Okay.
on that, but I'm trying to get the other, get the faces again.
Okay. Ms. Orshak?
Members of the committee, is there any distinction anywhere in the manual between a resolution of the board versus a decision of the board when the board is voting formally? Is there any distinction in our manual on that?
No.
Did you hear the question, David?
Yes, and I don't think there is a distinction, but I'm not sure why it would be needed.
Well, all right, and it came up yesterday and recently. When the board renders, for example, a vote of support for a decision that the superintendent has made, is that a resolution? Does it have the force of a board decision versus a resolution, which may be classified as something else, just a informal classification by the board. So we've kind of run into this in the past, and it might be an opportunity here to make that distinction. What is an actual board decision by vote versus what might be a resolution by vote? I personally think they're one and the same, but that may not be accurate by law and or our board's opinion on this.
Can I respond to that, Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
I think we only make decisions because we vote.
Yes.
So we only make decisions. We don't make resolutions. So we make decisions on resolutions. And like to your example, we made a decision that we would support. So I don't think that distinction is necessary. I'm pretty sure we don't have it in here.
So could you put the motion back up on the screen, please? We have a motion on the floor. Thank you.
I got a note that Dr. Wisniewski is trying to unmute, but hasn't been able to. So if someone could unmute her.
Thank you. All right. Dowling?
No, I'm sorry. I canceled my hand.
Dr. Wisniewski?
No, ma'am, I didn't have my hand raised. I was just trying to get unmuted because I stuck.
So Ms. Orshak, your hand is still up.
It's a new question.
Go ahead.
Okay. So if it's frowned upon for the board to endorse decisions that the superintendent makes, it's also frowned upon for the board to overturn decisions that the superintendent makes, and that is under his or her purview. So my feeling is if the board is going to continue to either endorse or try to overturn decisions made by the superintendent, whether it be how we open schools, whether it be how we conduct graduations, whatever it is in the future, will we then be responsible for the decision as the board if we indeed take action on it by formal vote? That's been my question and dilemma up to this point. It's one thing to verbally, as we discussed earlier in this morning's meeting, give the superintendent a pat on the back or, respectfully disagree with the position he or she has taken. But as soon as the board votes, it evolves into something different. And I think we need to understand as a board, and I think it's going to help with public confusion. They don't know if the board is responsible for some of these operational decisions or the superintendent. And we've talked about it, but I don't think we've come to any real conclusive answers and solutions for our community. I don't know if other board members are still receiving,
How does this relate to the motion on the floor? I don't see the germaneness to it. The sentence we're talking about striking is the last sentence of paragraph 1 on page 8. So
I don't see the motion on the.
It's on the shared.
Okay, let me see if I can get that up here. So the section, the component we're working on right now. Wait, I'm trying to get it up. Bear with me a moment. Sorry, guys.
Well, I can, if you have the paper manual, it's page 8.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I'm looking at it now. So we're. So because this talks about by formal vote, it is germane. It is
We're not working, that part's staying. We don't, that's not the.
I know, but it is, I assume we're going to be moving on to something new after we have finished this. So I can hold my questions and ask all of them after this vote. That's fine, Madam Chair.
Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, voting is open.
Yes.
Rishak, yes.
Al Campbell, yes.
Yes.
Ms. Cushing-Berry, nothing's coming up. The screen. Thank you.
Is it there now?
Now it is, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Trying to help Mr. Smith. Okay. Mr. Earl Campbell, you said yes?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Smith.
Okay. Ms. Orshak, you said yes?
Yes, Robin.
Okay. Mr. Mel Campbell?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So the motion carries 10-1. The no is Dr. Wisniewski. So now well, I'll leave it back to you, David. We're still on this page and Ms. Orshak has more questions.
That's true.
Go ahead.
David, I postpone the remainder of my questions. So how do we resolve this? The public is confused. They consistently believe that certain matters, operations matters, are in the hands of the board because the board has voted. And so I personally want to know how to proceed for the next 3 months regarding operations decisions. But the public, more importantly, needs to understand when the board weighs in with a vote versus just expressing informal support or opposing positions, what does that mean? Does that mean then that we own the decision? Because I don't know. I can't understand how the public would know.
Do you want to respond, David?
I'm not sure how to respond. I think the public always feels that the board is at the top of the org chart and can do whatever it wants. And I tend to agree with them on that. These are guidelines for what we should do. I don't think they're laws. If we want to tell the superintendent we disagree with the decision he's made, then we in fact will own that decision. There's no doubt in my mind we will, because we told him, no, do it the way we want you to do it. I don't think you have the same issue when you support his decision. It doesn't mean that we own it. It's still his decision. We just supported it. So there's a fine line. I don't believe most people in the public are going to slosh around in the nuances, though. Most of the people that communicate with me assume that I'm in charge of everything and that I can fix everything. And I have to tell them, no, that's an operational issue and you have to go through the chain of command. So I'm not sure how we could put anything in this policy manual that would clear that up if I understand your issue. I think we're always going to have that issue.
Just a point of clarification.
I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Sorry, I don't know why that is. Can you hear me now? I'll really be loud.
Much better.
That's much
Okay.
better.
I had asked or made a motion a while back, and the board approved it, that we included the 10 principles of coherent governance. And the board is in fact at the top. We do in fact rule the roost, but we do it through policy creation. And I think that's a distinction that has been lost on our board despite training, and it certainly is lost on the public. At the core of how we rule is through policy creation. It's really not through approving or disapproving or overturning the decisions our CEO has made. And that's at the heart of how we are supposed to operate. And David, I'm asking you as the chair of the policy committee, but honestly, this is a question for the full board. How does the board feel it should rule going forward? Do we really want to ascribe to coherent governance that says only through policy we should be directing the district? Or do we want to revert back to our old ways where we're saying yay or nay to any given operations plan the superintendent produces? So I'd actually like to hear from David. I respect your opinion, but also other board members. This is a full board matter.
Ms. Robine?
Well, I'm afraid we're getting off topic here. I don't think that this is what Ms. Orshak is just suggesting, is that we revisit our commitment to coherent governance. I think that the task at hand is to go through this policy manual. Now, going back to her other question or concern about the support. What does support mean? And I think Mr. Stribinger answered it perfectly, that support is nothing more than support. And we don't take ownership when we support. And if there are concerns about the public being confused, then we could, as a board, state when we are making votes of support that this is an operational decision and it falls within the purview of the superintendent. It's not something that the board controls, but at this point, but we are in support of this decision, period. And going back to Mr. Stribinger's other point, if we are not in support, if we, if we direct him to change a decision, then we do take ownership of that. But that's my feeling.
Mr. Guyer?
I concur with what Ms. Robine just mentioned. It's common practice for a legislative body, we're not a legislative body, but we're elected officials, to make a political resolution in support of something that the executive has done. And I see what we did with the superintendent's decision to go to all virtual as a political statement, a resolution, non-binding resolution, that we supported, or the majority supported. And there was a minority that did not support. And I think that's important. That's important to the public to know that. And it's important to the superintendent to know that. But it's simply nothing more than a statement. It is not a direction, it's a statement. And so now I agree with Kathy. If we have a resolution that says that we disagree, that's something different. And I'm sure that the superintendent will look at that as something different as well. But it's basically saying what our opinion is of the direction of the superintendent, our chief executive officer. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Dr. Wisniewski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I was going to echo David's comments and then also add that certain items, such as the reopening of schools, does fall under the board's purview with regard to operations. We had that issue back with a certain school that was closed down, and the board was not privy to that, but we found out later by South Carolina law that, you know, that was within our authority. So certain things, I think also with regard to operational decisions do fall under our authority to, you know, give direction. And I think that also, as David said, you know, we certainly do have the authority to make a vote or to call for an official decision by formal vote of the board for anything.
Mr. Mel Campbell?
Yeah, I agree with all that's being said. One minor point, though, I think if we resolve that we disagree with what has been brought to the board, I still think the superintendent has the right and the direction to go on despite that disagreement, unless we redirect. And that redirection would mean a change in policy or a formal vote to redirect. I don't think a vote of disapproval would mean anything except that if he reads it well, he'll make some adjustments to please the board, but he doesn't necessarily have to if he is fully convicted with what he has presented. So, you know, there's a slippery slope, like Joanne is saying, and we have to, you know, be careful, you know, that our vote is not redirecting, you know, and a vote of approval is not giving the heads on, although the superintendent reads it for whatever he wants to read it for. He's just asking for support, and that's what we're offering, or disapproval, and that's what we're offering too when he asks for supportive. If we disapprove him, surely he'll probably go back to the drawing board and bring something that can be supported by the board. I don't think it's any different than, I don't think the concept is any different than the presentation of the ARs, except the fact that, you know, we generally don't vote on whether we approve or disapprove with it, but at the end of the year, we will vote on whether we disapprove of it by the results. So, like those major items, like the present things that we voted on or resolved on, those things, it is good to give a heads up right away, as opposed to wait till the end of the time period. We realize that we didn't give a heads up, and the people are looking for us to give a heads up. That's the way I look at it.
Okay, we need to focus, as Ms. Robine has already stated, on our task at hand today. We do have the coherent governance is our governing model, and we're focusing on this draft policy manual. So I would ask that the comments continue to be along the lines of the manual. So we're to Mr. Dowling.
Well, then, in that case, Madam Chair, I would ask that you schedule an agenda item so that those of us who had an opinion to offer on that may be heard. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
I didn't say it again, Madam Chair.
I said Ms. Orshak.
Oh.
Well, I thought I was staying on track, but I'm not sure now what is on or off track. I want to get back to the word decision in that paragraph there. I am very specifically speaking about the verbiage in the policy in front of me. Dr. Wisniewski's points were well taken, but they may be off track. I would like to have a future discussion about what the law means regarding shuttering schools and opening schools, but that's for another day. When the board votes, as Mr. Stribinger said, we are making a decision. We are not rendering a opinion or position or feeling about something. And that's at the heart of my issue. Why make a formal vote when you can express informal positions of support otherwise? You're somehow diluting the importance of what the board vote actually means and the power of it. You're also, to some extent, taking away from the importance of the CEO's job by weighing in areas where we may or may not be authorized. And I say may. Principle number 7, you know, here comes your lecture, David, very specifically says in coherent governance that the board shouldn't use resolutions or informal, actions to endorse what the superintendent does. He or she, their decision stands on their own in these matters. So, I'm not taking away Dr. Wisniewski's issue that it may have been our purview with the school opening, but it may not have been. We haven't really investigated that fully. Has anybody read the 10 principles? The board has agreed to put them in our handbook. If we're not going to follow them, then I'm okay with that. I can ignore them too. But if we are going to commit, we need to do that.
Please make a motion, because I'm not sure where you're going with all of this. So make a motion if you'd like.
All right, let me get the wording of number 1 up here. Okay. Okay. After the words formal vote in number 1, I move to add, the board shall not vote on resolutions of support for the superintendent's decisions.
Seconded.
Was that Mr. Smith?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. All right, discussion.
I have my hand up.
Hold on, Mr. Smith's ahead of you. Mr. Smith?
Yes, and the reason why I'm seconding this and I'm supporting this motion is because I agree with Mrs. Orshak. I think there's too many times where the board contradicts ourselves by saying that we are following under the coherent governance, and once we say that, but then when the number 7 says what it says, but then when the superintendent he renders a decision, we come to his beck and call, and I too think that sometimes we can possibly weaken the how people see the board, because if we're weighing in on every decision that is really not a part of our operations, or that we may not need to, then people could see us in a negative notation that, oh, the board is doing too much, or the board picks and chooses their battles, and that's not what that's not what the board is actually here to do. And that could I think that is a bad movement on the board. We shouldn't. It's almost like Roy Smith, and we shouldn't pick and choose when we want to come to the superintendent's beck and call, or get involved in things that we said we should do. Because I mean, for example, look at me with the grieving process. They grieved me off something that I gave my opinion on, or if I gave my opinion as a single board member or as a board member, people they said it was still something that possibly should not have been done. So when you look at it as a whole, will we continue that, or will we not do that? Whether you do it as a single member or as a board, is it right or is it wrong? That's our statement here. Thank you.
All right, I'll speak since I haven't spoken. I will not support this. I don't think we should be limiting how the board can vote in policy. Board is a fluid body elected by the geographic districts in our county. So I will not support this. Mr. Dowling.
Two things. I want to ask Ms. Orishak what happened to the words in my motion. Is she adding to my motion, or is
Yes.
she replacing my motion with hers?
No, your motion passed.
Okay. I want to support what Ms. Orishak said because to me, you cannot find 2 people in 10 in this county who thinks that the board did not approve Dr. Rodriguez's suggestion. Okay, we have not made it clear to anybody what our role really is. So my default is to, if we voted for full implementation of a concept, we abide by the principles of that concept. We didn't vote to implement some of them. We voted to implement all of them. I would like to amend Ms. Orishak's motion, though, to include the following words. After support, add the words or non-support. If we can, if you're going to pass, okay, if you're going to pass a motion, if you're going to decide that you can issue resolutions or votes or whatever in support, you also have to be free to issue issues or resolutions or whatever of non-support. That's just a question of balance. But I do understand that there is conflict here. One of the complaints about the former superintendent was that anytime he was going to make a decision that had political heat to it, he'd ask the board to rule on it, and otherwise it was my way or the highway. And that was the dichotomy that the board dug itself into when it did not fully implement the strategic governance that it had implemented in 2008. And I fear that it's not, no skin off my nose, I got 3 months left, but I fear that you're digging yourself into the same hole. And when you find yourself digging yourself into a hole, the most prudent action is to stop digging.
Is there a second for Mr. Dowling's amendment?
Yes, ma'am, I second it.
Okay, so Robin, now the amended motion is the board shall not vote on resolutions of support and non-support, or non-support. Which word do you want there? Or and?
Or.
Okay. And Mr. Smith was the second.
Okay.
Dr. Wisniewski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question, I guess, is for Mr. Dowling and Ms. Orshak. Do you see this this motion being in conflict with any vote that we do have to take, where the superintendent comes forward with example of school calendar or anything else where the board has to make a decision pursuant to South Carolina Department of Education?
May I respond?
Yeah, I was.
May I respond, Rachel? School calendar is specifically designed, defined by law as an activity of the school board. The school board shall adopt. Same thing with the student code of conduct. It's very, very specific. Now, the example you used in prior discussion is not really apples and oranges, because the language out of the Department of Ed, when it said that the board did have purview on the Ladies Island issue, excuse me, the right.
Alice Academy.
Yeah, okay. The language was that the board, the trustees' authority to operate schools meant to open and close them. Dr. Rodriguez is not closing the school. He's offering an alternative curriculum that is curriculum I think we all agree is not our business. So it's not fair to equate the situation with the situation we have with the closure of that school. But to answer your point, Rachel, what we're not specifically empowered to do, it's open to question whether we can.
So Robin, could you please take out the hash mark after support?
I am, my system's running slow, so I am deleting it.
So Ms. Orshak, do you have any more comments about this amended motion?
I do. I just want everybody to be clear that this amended motion does not prohibit board members from expressing verbal support of the superintendent's decision or the opposite. It does not suppress that or prohibit it. All it's doing is addressing the vote on such matters. That's all. The word vote is the most important word in my amendment.
Voting is open.
Yes.
Hold on, okay.
No.
Did it open?
Yes.
Okay, hold on a second. Is it opening for you all?
No, ma'am.
Okay, it's like frozen here.
Well, how about just say our names and we'll say yes or no.
Okay, there it goes. There it goes. Earl Campbell said yes.
No, I said no.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Dowling, you're yes.
Yes.
Ms. Orshak, are you yes?
Yes, Robin.
Okay. Oh, Mr. Campbell, I'm sorry. Yours was?
No.
You're a no?
The motion fails 3-8. The 3 yeses were Dowling, Orshak, and Smith. So now, Robin, we go back to the prior amended motion made by Ms. Orshak. So it's the same motion, but it only has the support in there now.
Okay. I'm trying to get it back up. There it is.
You are. Yeah. So this is the amended motion. Okay. So now that's the same, what we just voted on, but instead of support or non-support, it's just support. So I think we've discussed it and no one's hands up. So let's open voting again.
Okay. Voting is open.
Yes.
No.
Orshak, yes.
Hey, Robin, can you unmute Kathy?
Mel Campbell, no.
Okay. Find Kathy.
Thanks.
She's
you.
unmuted.
Thank you.
Here it comes. There it is.
Motion fails 3-8. The 3 yes, Dowling, Orshak, and Smith. So I think we need a 5-minute break. We've been going at this for more than it's like 2 hours and 10 minutes maybe. So let's come back it's 11:03, so let's come back at 11:10. There'll be 7 minutes. We'll recess.
How long was our recess for?
I get the wheelbarrow full of the sugar right by the gate.
All right, we're back in session again after our short break. And Mr. Stribinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, we've gotten all the way to page 8, number 1. Are there any more questions or suggestions on page 8? Hearing nothing, then we can move on to page 9. See, Mr. Dowling's hand is up.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, so somebody has a lot of background noise on again. Mr. Dowling?
Thank you. David, number 7, board members attending all work sessions will be monitored for what
We did, you know, this is existing because it's in black. It's always been there. And I believe that you can't be reimbursed unless your attendance has been monitored.
That was exactly my thinking.
Isn't that part of the executive assistant's job description?
I mean, I don't know how to respond to you on that one, John. I mean,
Yeah.
it's always been there. I think it's innocuous.
Okay. There's a interesting side conversation going on in the background with somebody.
That's what I already said.
It's not my chihuahuas. I've already spoken to them.
Okay.
Whoever has that background.
All right, David, go down, if you would, to number 11, paragraph C.
Okay.
I don't have any issue with it, but I think I'd make a comment before we let the matter pass, okay? It says, other members who wish to indicate their support for discussion of the agenda, I'll ins my word, request, may do so via email to the board officers.
How long will they wait? I guess maybe give you 3.
Now, if we can send an email.
Just a minute, Mr. Dowling,
Yes, thank you.
Hold on for a minute. Could whoever's, Molly or Robin or Dawn,
Yes.
can you tell who's making so much noise? It's very hard to hear.
We can't tell from which it's at someone's house and whoever's house, someone in their house is on another call. So we can't distinguish who that is.
Okay, thank you. It seems to have quieted down now. Mr. Dowling.
All right, it says other members who wish to indicate their support for the discussion of the item, in this case, agenda request, may do so via email to the board officers. Well, it's my contention that if we can issue an email supporting an agenda request, we can also send an email stating that we don't think it's a valid email request and that it should not be approved. That would have negated the little flap last week when one board member took issue with another board member's criticizing the agenda request and stating that this should not be discussed on email. Our very policy requires that it be discussed on email if it's going to be discussed at all.
Can I respond to that?
Well, I'm not running the meeting, so
Well,
you're the chair. You can respond.
To me, that's like you're starting to get into voting by email. This just says supporting the discussion. So if multiple members want it supported, if multiple members support the discussion, I don't think one person can say, I don't want the discussion. I mean, and I already explained this yesterday. I think the board should have decided, on Dr. Wisniewski's motion, as the board did decide. It failed. So, I think you've got to watch out. You're getting into voting by email there. And this just says whether something.
Madam Chair, I have no vote on whether something gets on the agenda. I'm not on the agenda setting committee. How can I be voting by email? I'm expressing an opinion.
You're part of the whole board, sir. And if the whole board is conducting business via email, that's the whole board.
Thank you, Mary. I mean, Madam Chair.
Uncalled for, John.
Yeah, totally uncalled for. Ms. Robine.
Yes, so this is taken from our previous policy manual. And I think that what's at question here is really, it's just a request to have something put on the agenda. And our policy says that board members who wish to indicate their support, and maybe instead of discussion, then maybe it should be support of the request. If that takes away, so it doesn't provoke the idea of discussion. But this has been in our policy for since I've been on the board.
So do you want to make a motion, Ms. Robine?
Sure. Let's see, I move that the wording of, I don't know, under number 11, board meeting agenda.
So it's DC2.
Okay, C, right?
11C.
No, it's B. Now see, I've lost it because I went to my BC.
See.
Let's see.
Is it C? Okay. Okay. That the word discussion after that in the sentence, sentence, other board members who wish to indicate their support for discussion, that discussion be replaced with the word request, their support for request of the item.
Okay. Did you get that, Robin?
I don't know if that helps.
Working it. Motion to change GC to 11C, that the word discussion be replaced with the word request.
Yeah, and that's in this, the word, I don't know how many words, it's in that how many times, but it's the second to last sentence.
Yeah, I think it's only in there once.
Okay, then we're good. All right, could you display that? Do we have a second?
Second.
Ms. Fidrich?
Okay, give me a second.
Get their support.
Let's see, final, hold on. Someone's phone, whoever is having a conversation in another room, that's what we're hearing is the feedback.
And why don't you put discussion in quotations too?
Yeah.
You like that, Kathy?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Any further discussion on that motion? All right, Mr. Smith? He needs to be unmuted. Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
So basically, Ms. Robine, you're saying that you think that it should just the request should come to the board offices, or that there's no problem with the discussion of it?
Well, can I respond?
Yes.
What I'm saying is that the policy as written now says that the request comes to the board officers, and that those who are in support of that request may indicate their support for that request. What it currently says is discussion. I think somebody's point was that discussion leads into too much of an exchange over the internet. But supporting a request is just that. I support this request.
Mr. Dowling?
What if a board member feels that the request is inappropriate, illegal, or ill-advised? Can that member express non-support for the request?
I don't think anything would,
We can't hear you really well, Kathy.
oh, I said, I don't think my personal opinion is I don't think anything would prohibit them from doing that.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
Good, my point exactly. Okay.
Mr. Mel Campbell?
Yeah, I think when I was on the ad hoc policy committee, the intent of this was to gather enough support so it could be placed on the agenda. And usually if more than one board member is interested in the topic, it's, you know, good fodder for bringing it to the agenda or putting it on the agenda. But if there's only one person, there's not enough people believing that that should be on the agenda. I don't think it's to create a discourse saying we don't want it on there. I think it's just enough support so we can place it on there. I think that's the idea of this whole thing.
All right, voting is now open.
Yes.
No.
Oh, are we voting?
Yes.
Okay, Earl was no, yes.
Oh, yes.
John was no.
Robin, I'm having trouble seeing the motion.
Um,
I'll try here.
I still have it up.
Okay.
The motion's,
Very small.
I'm sorry, I don't know how to adjust
That's
it.
okay. Can you read it aloud for me?
Motion to change GC 2.11C that the word discussion be replaced with the word request.
Rorschach, yes.
Mel Campbell, yes.
Voting is closed.
Motion carries 10-1. Yes, Campbell, Watts, Orszak, Stribinger, Robine, Mel Campbell, Fidrich, Wisniewski, Smith, and Guyer. No, Dowling. Mr. Stribinger?
Okay, now we're on to page 10, which starts with a continuation of C.
Tucker, can I just say one quick thing, because this is something that will serve.
I didn't get that.
What is that?
Somebody who shouldn't be in, so I'm not sure.
Okay. All right, so we're on page 10, which I believe Ms. Orszak has a question on D on page 10 from previous discussion about these, I can't remember, Joanne, chairperson's report, number 8, D8. I believe you had a question on that.
Okay, so preface my motion.
Joanne, talk louder.
I don't know why. I'm sorry, guys. In fact, I brought my computer in to remedy this. Now I'm back to shouting at the top of my lungs. But anyway, sorry, folks. I apologize. What's going to preface my motion here is the fact that no board members are given the right to discuss or present any item, introduce any item into the agenda that is not itemized without a 2/3 vote. And I don't believe this extends to the chair as well. And while we may have had a chair's report dating back to the dinosaurs, it has been disputed over the years, and rightfully so, by the prior board, and I still take issue with it. I still think it's in defiance of full transparency for the public. So I move, and we also require our superintendent to submit and itemize his report. We don't post our agendas till 24 hours in advance, and agenda items are still being added and revised and removed up until that point. So in light of all of that, I move the chair include in his or her chairman's report an itemized list of topics prior to the agenda's posting.
Second.
And where would you want that put, Joanne?
Well, David, I would leave that to the policy committee as to
Okay,
the correct and proper place.
okay.
And also, and I want to say, this is not directed toward the current chair. This is for any future chair, whoever they may be.
Joanne stated one more time, motion for chair to include in his or her report prior to?
An itemized list of topics prior to the posting of the agenda.
Ms. Robine.
Can I amend this, Joanne, to say 24 hours prior to the posting of the agenda? And I ask that because the agenda is posted to us before that with supporting documents. And I think if I'm more likely to support this because I think it gives the chair more time. You know, something may come up that needs to be addressed the day before. And by adding that, I feel like
So,
it's
Kathy,
easy for me.
absolutely. I think what you're saying makes sense. If you were to word your amendment to include the legal, something to the effect of the legal requirement for the posting of the agenda, which is 24 hours. Yeah.
So could
I'm trying to get it up for you. I'm having problems getting the list of second coming up. My board docs is not functioning
Could we just
correctly.
add, Joanne, in accordance with the legal requirement?
Excellent. Yeah, absolutely.
Motion for chair to include in his or her report an itemized list of topics prior to the posting. Where did you want that?
And just right after that, in accordance with the legal requirement of 24 hours.
And Mr. Dowling was the person who seconded the motion, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So can you put it up there before? Because
yes, there.
now there was an amendment to it though, right?
Oh, I incorporated it in the motion, so go back and. Do you want me to make them separate?
Is there any, how about this? I have to say, is there any objection by any board member to having it be part of the original motion? Because if any objection, we'll divide it up. Okay, there being no objection, we'll keep it this way.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Mr. Dowd.
I'd just like to make sure my fellow board members understand that there's an additional legal requirement to have this chair report itemized in the posting, and it's called prior notice. Prior notice in the Freedom of Information Act, the intent of that is so that everything that's going to be in a meeting is posted to the public. That's the gist of it. It's fairly simple. Prior notice.
All right, voting is open. There being no further hands up.
Al Campbell, yes.
Borshak, yes.
Dowling, yes.
What is that? No.
Let's see. I got everyone. Come on. I have a really bad delay here.
The motion carries 911. No, Mr. Campbell abstention, Guats. All right,
Okay.
continue on.
Moving on, if there's no more questions now, you notice that number 12, we have discussed that before, the known motions by the presiding officer. I think we've probably beaten that to death. And I know there was an issue yesterday about presiding officer voting, so this probably isn't the proper place to do that. Page 11.
Mr. Smith's hands up.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Yeah, no, actually, I was going to, I was going to ask where should that take place at?
That would be under the officer's roles, I suspect, when we get to the officer roles.
Okay, okay, thank you.
But I'll tell you, Mr. Smith, I'm going to ask you to, oh, never mind.
For Dowling?
You go ahead and say it, David.
I was going to say I was going to ask you for a cite on that in coherent governance, but that's really not necessary. You can make any motion you want.
Thank you.
So I realized that would be a dumb thing to say, which is why I didn't want to say it.
Now, Coach, now. David, C and D in 20 seem to be a little redundant. Would it be less confusing if we took away C because D covers C and something else in addition?
Can you
C. I'm sorry?
Where are you referencing?
Page 11, number 20.
Yeah.
C and D.
Okay.
D reiterates C and adds something else that fully explains what's to be expressed. So I would move to strike C.
Can you give me the reference? It's GC2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Number 20.
20, C.
Letter D. Or letter C. I can't remember which one you said. John.
C. Charlie.
C. Letter C. Number 20, letter C.
Okay. Motion to strike GC2 20-C, correct?
Correct.
Correct.
Yes.
I'll second.
Mr. Robine, second.
Okay. It's trying to come up.
Any further discussion? All right, voting is open.
Yes.
Yes.
Orishak, yes.
Could you unmute Mr. Mel Campbell? He's got his hand up.
Mel Campbell, yes.
Thanks.
I'm having problems putting, oh, okay, here it goes. My system's running slow today. Got it.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. That moves us, I believe, to page 12. Starts with electronic participation and board meeting notification. Okay, if there are no hands, we can move on to page 13. Public comment at Board of Education meetings. There are no questions. We can go on to 14, which is a continuation of the public comments. We've already dealt with L, so that's been taken care of. Okay. No comments. We can move on to page 15.
Mr. Dowling?
David, paragraph 20, item 24, paragraph 1. Does the board bind itself to using a hearing officer for an certain length of time, or can the board decide case by case whether it's going to have a hearing officer or act as its own hearing officer?
I can't remember what the motion was. I believe that the motion was to institute a hearing officer, so I don't think it's discretionary.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with you, David, because it was those two things too, that it's an attorney and the attorney also has to be a certified mediator or arbitrator.
Right.
Because a lot of the hearing, of course, it requires knowledge of the law to know what's considered evidence and not, and all that kind of stuff.
Okay. I believe that takes us to GC3. We are rolling now. Board job description. And you'll notice most of this is black. Okay, page 18. Okay, page 19, officers'
David,
roles.
I'm sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
I didn't get it up in time. Item 15, do we have anywhere a concise document that states what authority the Department of Education has over us and what is subject to local control?
I'm not aware of that. So, I mean, I wouldn't know that.
What page are you on? The page number?
Page 18, item 17. And my question is, can definition on what authority the South Carolina Department of Education has over the school district as opposed to what items are within the school district's local control. And I would move that we send 17 back to the policy committee subject to a determination of that.
One thing is Miss Cartledge may be able to answer that here and now. She worked for the Department of Education for many years. Would you like to hear what she has to say?
Sure, if someone seconds it.
Seconded for discussion.
Mrs. Cartledge, could you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I will.
Where can we find what directives of the South Carolina Department of Education are binding upon the school district and what issues are within local control?
Yeah, I will be glad to research it to be precise, but I am thinking off the top of my head here. We've received a number of directives from the State Department now with all this COVID situation that we're in.
Mm-hmm.
So they notify us of different items that go into effect. So there, I'm thinking of federal and state accountability, and we receive a lot of directives from them. But as far as the actual statute that gives authority to the SCDE. I'll need to research that and be glad to get back to you.
You're missing my point, Wendy.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, I'm
Is
sorry. Go ahead.
is everything that the South Carolina Department of Education utters binding upon us? Case in point, if Dr. Rodriguez were to decide that Beaufort County is still too dangerous to give face-to-face, and the superintendent, Spearman, said you will do face-to-face, what kind of an impasse are we in? What is she going to do?
Well, as you know, the governor already closed all the schools back in March. So
That's not my question.
I know. I mean, it says right here in the statute. Can you tell you this? The school districts under the management control of the board. So I need to check with the Department of Education with respect to what exactly their statutory authority is over us, because I don't know that.
Excellent. So
that's what I need to get for you, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, my motion is to send it back to the policy committee pending the results of your research.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Because I mean, just to give you an example here, looking in the statute, here's a statute right here that's specific statutory authority, 59-18-300. The state board is directed to adopt grade-specific performance standards and core areas that lists the subject matter, and then they, inform us that we have to comply with those. So there are a lot of different areas, but I'm glad to look into it, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Comment on this?
Go ahead.
Madam Chair. I'm thinking that perhaps if we inserted enforceable in front of directives, that could get us
that
through
would be fine.
If we said enforceable directives, then
okay.
I think that hits your point, and Wendy can still do that research to satisfy our knowledge base on it.
Absolutely correct. The understanding I want is that we will eventually learn what they are.
Right. So I move that we insert the word enforceable in front of directives on GC3 number 17.
What? Stop. You're making
Second.
noises.
They can't hear it.
I can.
Oh, okay.
We can hear you, John, very well, and whoever's in the background.
They heard you.
You too.
Okay. Did I?
Okay, so do we need a second?
I'll second.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Hold on.
this would be an amendment.
What?
I'm typing in, nothing's moving. Here. I'm sorry, who seconded the motion? Kathy did?
I did, yes.
Okay. I'm trying to get it up there. My board docs is moving very slow. David. Okay.
No, I think, well, I don't think this is quite the right wording.
No, I'm replacing that motion. Basically, I'm striking the original motion.
Okay, motion to, back to the policy. Okay,
I
so
mean,
I'm
striking all that
motion.
out. The motion is to insert enforceable in front of directives on GC 17 or GC 3 17.
Motion to move enforceables in front of directives.
Right, yes, ma'am. But I'm striking the other motion.
Yeah, we're not sending it back to policy committee.
Right. This motion to place. I'm taking move out.
And GC3, not E.
They changed. I changed it. Say, there it is. Is that it?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Wisniewski?
Just for clarity, is this a motion to strike or is this a motion to substitute?
Mr. Stribinger said substitute.
Okay.
So maybe you should put Robin before motion, just put substitute motion. Did you hear that?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, no one's hands up, so we'll go on to voting.
Hold on.
Yeah, wait, I'll first let you put substitute in there.
Well,
Can you add substitute in front of motion?
I can. Let me open it and I'll add it.
And then we'll be voting.
Yes.
Add it first.
Okay.
Wait a sec, you also need to take out you got a colon in there before enforceable now. It didn't, can you refresh your screen because it has not.
All right. Did it move? It's not moving. Come on. I moved it. Hold on. It's locked.
There you go.
All right. I'm having Word doc issues today.
And can you put a quotation after enforceable?
Yes. Yeah, I did, but it's just not showing up on yours yet.
Okay. So voting is open.
Not yet. It's
not yet. Okay.
Yes.
There's this bad delay, so I'm trying.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Hold on. We're working faster than the computer is today. Voting is open.
Yes.
Yes.
Borishak, yes.
Mel Campbell, yes.
Not letting me check Joanne or Melvin's at the moment. I'm trying to check their boxes. It's not letting me yet. Okay. Closed it. Voting is closed.
Unanimous. Good, great.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. That takes us to page 19, which starts off the officers' roles. Election process, I think this is pretty standard. And then going on to page 20 is where the
I have a question.
roles of the chair. So that would be Mr. Smith's.
Oh, actually, there were two other people hand out. I know.
Oh, I'm sorry.
My bad. There were two other people hand before me. I noticed that once I hit mine.
Okay. Yeah.
Ms. Orshak?
That's okay. The others can go before me.
Mr. Dowling?
Okay, we're on page 20, right, David?
I thought so.
Okay, all right. Number 3. Represent the board as its official spokesperson about issues decided by the board and all matters related to official board business. I move that the following be added. The chair shall recognize all county citizens as, strike that. The chair will respond to all communications made by county citizens regardless of what election district they originate from.
I move that the chair will respond to all correspondence
and questions regardless of what electoral district those questions and correspondence originate from.
I'll second Robin.
Mr. Smith?
Actually, mine was about something else. My response was, I was going to ask you about something else, another motion. It's not pertaining to this motion. It's on the
Okay.
floor. Thank you.
I will be voting no for a number of reasons. We each are elected by our geographic, how should I say, our geographic area. And so whoever in the county is asking questions, you know, they're not, yes, I'm serving them in the whole, but I'm not elected by that person. And a good example, and I've said this earlier, is somebody like Nancy Pelosi as Speaker of the House. You're not going to write her as in, if you're from out of her district, and then she's not going to respond to you. That could be extremely burdensome. I also get mail, or some of this mail that you're talking about, and it has very, how should I describe this? Inflammatory words in it. It refers to genitalia. And no, I'm not going to answer those. That's my comment back. I think each person should answer their constituents. We're voted in by our constituents, and that is the way I would see it happening. And for me to respond, it's sort of like you want it both ways. You don't want me to be the spokesperson, but you do want me to be the spokesperson. I'm not getting into that can of worms. Kathy Robine.
Yes, I can't support this because to me, it's requiring something of the chair that's not required of all of us. Do we have a requirement in our policy that says we all must respond to every constituent that reaches out to us? I don't see that we do, and we're having I just don't think that's appropriate.
Robert, can you please display the motion? Okay, Mr. Dowling.
The policy says as written.
You can't hear you.
Chair represents the board as its official spokesperson. The policy as written says that the chair represents the board as its official spokesperson about issues decided by the board and other matters related to official board business. Individual board members cannot speak for the board. The chair can, and I might add, and should.
Ms. Orszak?
So, Kathy, you raised some good points. But, you know, during public comment, which is a policy we looked at earlier, the board doesn't discriminate on which voting district these speakers who come to the microphone and who may raise issues. We respond to all of them in that particular forum, not that evening, obviously. We have to go back and research answers, but then it is, I assume, the chair's response to those who speak at our public meetings. So with that in mind, I think maybe we ought to be consistent. If someone seeks input via email versus, you know, at a public board meeting via public comment, I think out of courtesy, we might consider addressing their questions. And I do agree with Dr. Gwas. If you have a very combative or inflammatory response, perhaps, you know, your response to that would just be very brief. I think all of us have, as board members, have received at least one or two during our time of service. And even then, you know, I mean, I personally choose to respond in a way that is polite. Sometimes we have a great volume, depending upon the scenario, of responses from the public. And it can be a challenge, I would assume, on the chair's part to respond to all of them, such as our recent decision to reopen schools. But I do believe if we are extending a response to speakers at board meetings, that we should also, through the chair, render a response in written communications with the assistance of the other two officers, if needed.
Mr. Dowling, your hand's still up.
Yes, it is, deliberately. With all due respect, the chair is engaging in ward politics. If the chair wants to be the official spokesperson for the board, the chair has to respond to anyone who is a constituent of the board as a whole. Can't have you kicked. That's all. Thank you.
Dr. Wisniewski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to say, I see these two items being different from what Mr. Dowling, what you're suggesting. Being a spokesperson in regard to board decisions or actions that the board has taken is one thing, but then if someone is inquiring of questions of the board or matters that have already occurred where the board's already taken action, that's one thing. But if there's questions being asked of the chair whereby administrative staff can answer those, then they should certainly be funneled to the superintendent or to the appropriate representative. I know that there's lots of people that don't know who their representatives are, and sometimes they might just send an email to the one person that they know the name of. So hopefully all of us as board members are trying to do our due diligence in sending those to the proper way. But I see this motion being a little bit different from the chairperson serving as a spokesperson on official matters and board business and actions that have been taken.
All right. There being no further questions, voting will.
I think Mr. Smith had his hand up, but.
Oh, Mr. Smith?
Well, my question was going to be to Mr. Dowling, if I could, to ask him what he just read. I was going to ask him where did that come from exactly?
Where did what come from, Will?
The paragraph that you just read about the chair.
It's a policy. It's on page 20.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Voting is open.
Joanne has her hand up.
Ms. Orshak?
Madam Chair, as we go through these motions, would you kindly repeat the motion prior to voting?
Okay, I didn't realize people don't see it on their
Yeah,
screen.
I'm having trouble seeing for whatever reason.
All right, so it's moved that the chair will respond to all correspondence and questions regardless of what electoral district the questions come from. Voting is now open.
Dowling, yes.
No.
Ms. Orshak, how are you voting?
Orshak, yes.
Mr. Melvin Campbell?
He's muted.
Hold on.
Please unmute him.
Yes.
Thank you, Kathy.
Yep.
I'm
Mr. Mel-
voting no.
Okay. Mr. William Smith?
Mr. Smith, you're unmuted.
Oh, yeah, I voted.
He
I
voted.
voted. Yes,
There it is.
yes.
It came through. Come on.
So the motion fails 3-8. The noes are Earl Campbell, Christina Guadz, David Stribinger, Kathy Robine, Melvin Campbell, Tricia Fidrich, Rachel Wisniewski, and Mr. Richard Geyer. So we've come to, it's already noon, or a few
Ms.
minutes after.
Orshak has her hand up.
Okay, Ms. Orshak?
No, I was going to make an amendment to one of the policies, but it looks like it's time for a break. I can do it after lunch.
Okay, well, I think we have to make a decision per, obviously, we're to page 20 on the policy manual, and we got a long ways to go. It seems like, and we have other items already listed for this afternoon, and we've met a long time, having been here all day yesterday, and we'll be here most of today. And it seems like to me that perhaps the best thing is to have just a work session or whatever you want to call it on continuing with the policy manual, I guess you'd say, evaluation or whatever word. And we have it on for second reading on Tuesday night, but obviously we're not ready for a second reading. We haven't finished the first reading. So I guess I can say, let's say, is there any objection to having a work session to continue the first reading? So there's no objection to that. Oh, Dr. Wisniewski?
No, I don't have objection to that. I was just going to suggest, since there's already something on the agenda for Tuesday, if we could amend that to maybe allocate that time to starting here as opposed to putting it off to a work session. Do as much work as we can on Tuesday. And then also if a work session is needed, do that.
Mr. Dowling?
I just like to express concern about having readings scheduled so closely together. We're doing a first reading on today, Saturday. If we finished today, it was planned to have a second reading 3 days later. That to me is too compressed a schedule to be able to thoughtfully research and come to conclusions about the policies. I would suggest that we schedule more time in between readings.
So David, do you want to make a motion here of how we should handle it? It seems like people are pretty amenable to doing a work session, whatever you want to call it. I see the issue, and I'll just say this and other people can comment too, is what Rachel said, continue the first reading at the regular meeting. I mean, it could, to me, it seems more like, I don't want to say grunt work, but that's kind of what it is. And that I think we should dedicate a specific time for it as opposed to just do part of it a little bit more at this meeting. I would just say try to do it at a work session or something, as opposed to pick a few pieces Tuesday. But anyways, David, or somebody make a motion.
Yeah, I'm hesitant to make a motion because I agree with Rachel. I have a sense of urgency, but I also understand your point. So I'm not really quite sure. But we're going to need a work session either way because we'll never get through this.
Well, we could have Robin query everybody, not now on this conference, to see what works best for everybody.
Yeah, I'm not sure we need a motion, Madam Chair, but that's your call.
Well, I just want to be, Kathy, go ahead.
Well, I was going to make a motion. I too agree that I'd like to keep it on the agenda for Tuesday, perhaps with a time limitation. You know, say we're gonna pick up on page whatever, and we will spend 30 minutes, 40 minutes on the, I don't recall what's on our agenda, but on this document, and then continue with the work session, continue the work during a work session, so that we can make a little bit more progress. That would be.
Well, do you want to make that as a motion?
Okay, I move that we continue the review of the policy manual at our August 16th, I think is the date. No, what's the date? 18th meeting with a time limit, with a dedicated time limit of 30, let's say 40 minutes, and then continue with a special called work session.
Second.
Okay. Do you want to talk any more, Kathy, about it?
I do not. That's my opinion.
Yep. Joanne Orszak?
I just think from past experience, the first reading is the most laborious and lengthy. I'm leaning toward a dedicated work session for this. It was probably even naive for us to place this on as part of another agenda today. It will require that much vetting. But I do agree, we need to get this done. So I've seen how this plays out at a regularly scheduled board meeting, and it's not pretty. So Kathy, I probably won't support this. I'd much rather see this continue at a dedicated one item agenda focused on getting that first reading under our belt.
Okay. Mr. Dowling?
I cannot support this motion because I do not believe we govern by policy. It's the most important thing we do. And we should not be vetting policy with one eye on the clock and a limitation on the amount of debate we can do. I would be willing to bet we could not get through 3 pages in 30 minutes, but irregardless, we should not give this secondary priority.
All right. There being no further hands up, let's take a vote.
Voting is open.
Yes.
No. Malcolm.
No. John Dowling, no.
Ms. Orszak's muted.
Yeah, we
She
can't
needs
hear
to
her.
be unmuted.
Is she at?
She's still muted.
Okay, we're trying to find her.
Okay.
Kathy, thank you so much. Orszak, no.
See, that's everyone.
The motion fails. 5-6. The prevailing side is the no's. Dowling, Guads, Orishak, Melvin Campbell, Tricia Fidrich, and Mr. Richard Geyer. All right, so there being no objections to having a work session, or what, like I said, whatever we want to call it, for the manual. And so Robin will contact the board members to try to set a mutually agreeable date for everybody.
And
Yes, Ms. Robine?
so then we will remove this from the August 18th agenda, correct?
Correct.
Because the agenda's been sent out to the board members, and I just want to make sure that everyone realizes that will be taken off.
Second reading on it too. And this didn't pass. So now it is 12:11, so I really think we need a 45-minute break for lunch, so we're going to be a little bit behind. So let's reconvene at 1 o'clock.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, Robin, I got a
Tina, you're unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay.
I had a hard time finding the link again to come back into this.
I think some people are, Joanne just called saying the same thing, that some people were having a hard time. So I told her to use the same link that she had, and we would just go and mute everyone who doesn't belong in.
Okay.
So we'll try to keep board members, once again, unmuted, as long as you don't have all the extra background noises.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go through and start unmuting board members.
Okay.
And David was not back yet, so I'll leave him muted.
David,
Yes, sir.
real good job on the policy manual.
Well, yeah,
I've
your
been
group,
through the whole thing.
yeah, your group did a bunch of work. Group previous to you did a bunch of work. this group did bunch work. I have a feeling that if we had a year and we met every week, we would still be making changes.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, at some point in time, we just got to implement, because otherwise we're operating under that 2016 stuff.
Yep. Yep. But anyway, real good job.
And a good team.
All right, we're reconvening now after lunch, and we're about 15 minutes behind for those of you in the public who are following along. The next item on the agenda is Dr. Rodriguez's evaluation. The board and Dr. Rodriguez have approved an evaluation instrument previously. And I've reviewed his, Dr. Rodriguez's employment contract, and I have that here before me. And it appears that we would need to use this instrument that we've both approved. I've been approached by a few board members who thought that we should go back to the drawing board and make adjustments to this. But having looked, this is my opinion, having looked at the documents, I think that we continue with what we have. And obviously the unforeseen pandemic makes it impossible to evaluate Dr. Rodriguez on the metrics of student achievement. And so I think those would just be not included this year because they can't be. It's impossible for him to be evaluated on those. And my other comment would be, according to our policy and in his evaluation, or excuse me, in his contract under the heading evaluation, which is number 9, I really think we need a facilitator to do. I do not want to be the facilitator. I think we should have an outside person being the facilitator, i.e. a lawyer. I know we've done that in the past. When I was involved with Dr. Moss's evaluation in October of 2017, there was an outside attorney. I served in that position. I was the facilitator for his 90-day evaluation, but I do not want to be the facilitator for his annual evaluation. Does anybody, Mr. Stribinger?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just point out that we have to, I believe, I don't know where the stipulation is, but we have to have the evaluation for the next year completed by October of the previous year, with agreement from Dr. Rodriguez, in order to allow him to construct the budget prior to us establishing the goals, which would mean that the evaluation due this year and also the evaluation for the 2021 have already been done, or have, the tools and the metrics have already been established. I agree with you. We don't have the metrics this year, so we can't use them. But if we're talking about developing his evaluation for the 21-22 school year, that has to be done prior to October. So I just wanted to throw that into the mix.
Mm-hmm. Ms. Fidrich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I felt that this topic was very important to bring up and to get ahead of it, because the time is, as David just mentioned, is passing. And I think it would be a good idea for the original ad hoc evaluation committee to reconvene and discuss the instrument and bring back to the board their thoughts on how this year's evaluation will look different. I mean, we know in the broad scheme, it is not going to include student metrics, but there are other nuances and parts of it that I think should be discussed and brought back to the full board. And then, as David mentioned, start looking ahead to what next year might look like. And I think that might best be done by those most familiar with this instrument, which would be the original ad hoc evaluation committee.
So can I ask you, so Tricia, you're suggesting changing the instrument for which Dr. Rodriguez is going to be evaluated this year, i.e. the 1920, because this would be his first annual evaluation. And it says in his contract that normally the annual evaluation shall normally be conducted during the fall, and usually we've done it in October, with the first annual evaluation scheduled prior to December 31. So I understand the need to look at next year's document for 2021, but you're also wanting to look at 1920, which I don't think you can do fairly, since this is what's been in place for him up until, now, and he had, he used this document or whatever you want to say, knowing that he'd be evaluated on it, and we didn't have the pandemic until the last quarter, basically. So.
Right, Dr. Glatz, I'm not asking that the instrument be changed, but just by the mere fact that we have no student metrics, there is going to be some discussion that needs to be had about how that affects this instrument. I'm not asking for a rework or a redo, but I'm having an in-depth discussion on how that metric, the absence of that metric, will play out in this evaluation tool. That's all I was asking. And then to look forward to what is it going to look like for next year. Can I ask, do you mind if I ask Dr. Rodriguez a question?
No, go right ahead.
Dr. Rodriguez, I probably should know this, and I apologize, but has it already been stated that we are not going to have student testing at the end of this coming school year, 2021?
No, that has not.
I didn't think so. So, I mean, as of now, we still are anticipating there will be student end of the year testing in May of 21, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so, just I think Dr. Glatz, again, just to not to overuse the statement to get out ahead of it, but I think that it would be beneficial to have the original ad hoc committee dealing with this to have a conversation about the impact on this year's evaluation and just solidifying or determining that this is the tool for next year.
Thank you. I understand what you're asking better. Mr. Guyer?
I don't think it's a bad idea for the committee to come back together to talk about what changes need to be made for this year, because I think they're very minor. It's simply going to be a few blocks that we won't fill in. But each member will get this instrument, and look at the one that's up on the board now. Your policy involvement, you have a choice of ineffective, effective, highly effective, and you get so many points. You could still do that. Every individual board member can do that. And then it's a matter of math. You put it all together and you submit it to the superintendent along with everybody's individual score sheet. I don't see a need for a facilitator because the data will be there for the superintendent. It'll give him an overall score and it'll give him individual scores. And the superintendent would like to have either a joint or an individual conversation with that individual rater, then he should ask for that. But a facilitator, I don't see a need for a facilitator. I do see a need for the committee to go together to look at specific pieces about the academic achievement.
Right.
How come back to the board with a recommendation of how that should be scored for this year. And then we can either have the same board or same committee look at next year's, or the chair can choose another board for the following year. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Ms. Robine?
Yes, I'd like to call everyone's attention to compiling the summative evaluation score of the instrument. It's, these don't have page numbers, but it's the second to the last page. So I want to remind everyone that there are these various components. The professional practice is 45% of his score. And that's what Colonel Geyer was referring to, the first part where everyone fills that out. The student achievement with achievement, gap closure in college or career ready was 25% of the score. We are not going to have that data. So that needs to be discussed, or you know, what are we going to do with that 25%? The teacher recruitment and retention, that's 15%. We will have that data. There's no, you know, that data should be there. And financial oversight, that's 15%. We will have that data. So the only decision that needs to be made is, what are we going to do with this 25% of student achievement data?
Right.
Exactly.
Thank you. Mr. Dowling.
If I were Dr. Rodriguez, and I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, doctor, I would be able to say that I spent 3.5 months of this year. The review period ends June 30th, correct? The evaluation period.
Right.
October.
But we give it in
October. So we have it up until October. From the middle of March on, he's been managing the district's impact of a public health crisis. I think he deserves, and we have the responsibility to have that codified and part of his performance review. We paid him during that time. The purpose of the review is to find out how well he's performing and performing against salary. And from March, middle of March on, he's been performing in managing the school's response to the pandemic. And I don't see that anywhere. So if we're looking for an extra 25% of weighted measures to evaluate him on, I think we ought to certainly take a look at how we feel about how he's managed the district during the pandemic. To ignore that is a disservice to him and a disservice to us, and certainly a disservice to the other stakeholders in the county. That's my opinion.
Dr. Wisniewski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to kind of work backwards from some of the other comments that were made with regard to adding an area for COVID. I don't think any of us could have predicted that that was coming down the pike. So I would see that following under the professional practice rating personally. So, because it has to do with governance, board relations, community relations, staff relations, all those items. So I would see it falling under there in my personal evaluation. I did have a question with regard to the last student achievement data that we would have. I believe that ran all the way through third quarter. Is that correct? Like that was the last in-person data that we had was through third quarter, correct?
Is that question attendance to someone? Attention to someone?
Third, I was muted, Ms. Schmidt. Third quarter.
Third quarter was complete. The grades were put in because it was complete through face-to-face learning, correct?
Third quarter, yes, through third quarter. Yeah.
Okay. So I would think that in looking at the student achievement portion of it and gap closure and whatnot, that we could certainly use those 3 quarters in that evaluation. And then going back to Tricia's comment about end of the year testing for 2021, will there be entry testing, like map testing and things like that for kids coming in at the beginning?
Yes.
Okay. So my opinion of it is that 25% can still be scored based on the data that we do have. Obviously, it's not complete and that's not ideal, but I do think that we can, score that. maybe not as complete for some areas. Maybe we can reduce the percentage weight and allocate more to other areas like professional practice or financial oversight. But I don't necessarily think we need a facilitator for it unless that's for once the results are available to be there for any conversation that takes place afterwards. I'm not really sure what the scope of work would be involved for the facilitator. So those are just my 2 cents.
Mr. Smith?
I was going to say that I did agree with a lot of what some people said, and especially with what Mrs. Fredericks brought forward. And under this pandemic that we're going through, I do realize that we did have an agreement on a time frame of his evaluation, but due to this pandemic, that there are things that need to be codified, and along with it being codified, I do believe that this is an emergency situation that causes for it, because you can't go in the store and to give an example, I can't go in the store and buy a soda. I can't go in the store and buy a Coke 1 liter bottle of soda, and it says 99 cents, but instead I want to pay 50 cents as for a canned soda, but I'm getting an actual 1 liter bottle soda. I mean, so in an example, I'm saying that to say that we cannot evaluate him on things that have not been things that cannot be measured. And I think with the current evaluation that we have right now, there are pieces in here that cannot be measurable, and I think it needs to be codified due to this. To me, this is something that deems to be an emergency.
Mr. Mel Campbell?
Yeah, I agree with what Will was saying and Fisher, but I still believe in the original idea to send it back to that committee so they can work out what they deem would be a responsible evaluation for the part that we can't evaluate with statistics. I mean, it'd be difficult without the final stats to justify anything that he has done or haven't done. So I suggest we go back and look at that 25% in another manner, such that whatever was done, we can evaluate that, if it's pandemic management or, virtual school application or teacher satisfaction, whatever you think is the applicable thing for that other 25% that he would be agreeable with. I think that was the original concept too, that he had to agree with the evaluation process.
Yes, Mr. Mel Campbell, you're exactly right. That is definitely in his employment contract. He has to agree with the instrument. So, Ms. Fidrich?
Thank you. I think there have been a lot of things brought up right now in this brief discussion that underscores the need for this to go back to the ad hoc superintendent evaluation committee. So I would like to make a motion that Dr. Rodriguez's evaluation tool be brought back to the original ad hoc evaluation committee for further, for any possible adjustments.
This thing is so sensitive.
Due to the, somebody help me, due to the 2019
pandemic.
Due to the pandemic, sure will.
Do we have a second?
Second it. I second it.
And Dr. Glatz, if I could just make one more comment, please, just to Dr. Wisniewski's comment about student achievement. The only norm referenced test that was given prior to school being out was the winter MAP testing. And I think that might be a difficult measure to use because it does not, it's only a few months worth of school. It's meant more as a formative assessment versus a summative assessment. And I think that might be a difficult format to use, but it certainly can be discussed during the committee. And as far as using student grades for the end of third quarter as a metric for achievement, that is wrought with concern also.
Mr. Dowling, thank you.
I'm just thinking back to yesterday's session with the parliamentarian and the type of motions that we looked at. I think that we'll be putting the ad hoc committee, once it's officially reinstated by the chair, I think we'd be putting it in a spot if we hint at what we want for a conclusion. We can say simply, move that the chair reconstitute the ad hoc evaluation committee to meet and discuss any adjustments that have to be made to the superintendent's evaluation. Then we don't tell, we're not leading them.
I will accept that as a substitute motion, Mr. Dowling.
Is there any objection? We either need to, is there any objection to what, objection by anybody for the substitute?
Could Mr. Dowling repeat that again?
Move that the chair reactivate the ad hoc evaluation committee and have them meet and to discuss any adjustments that have to be made to the evaluation tool for the evaluation of Dr. Rodriguez.
I do object.
Okay. So then,
you can't work the problem in the motion.
Okay. Well, my only problem will be that I would like for it to say something due to the pandemic, so therefore it's given definition into why you're making a motion. If you would put that in there somewhere, due to the pandemic.
It doesn't. It's okay. Let me put it this way. I'm trying to work an issue of economy of language here. They're going to meet on the motion regardless of the word pandemic. Okay, there's no need for it, and we make our motions too long and too all-inclusive. So the motion, we want the ad hoc evaluation committee to meet and deal with the issue. That's all the motion has to say. Then they're free to do it without any constraints.
It's semantics. The bottom line, it's understood. So I suggest we move forward.
I'm motion that the chair reactive.
I can say, is there anybody who objects to the fact that the committee is going to meet again?
No, but I have a comment.
Do you have an objection?
Without an answer to my question, then I
Go ahead.
So I would feel more comfortable if there was a date timeline in the sand for this, because this is a very time-sensitive issue that we're tied to. So what I'd like to see us do is work backwards on the timeline. In other words, when do we have to have that evaluation, sit down with Dr. Rodriguez and work back from there to see when we would need to get a revised product to the board. Is that possible? Because if we just leave this open-ended, it could potentially go on beyond the date. 1 year, we had to extend the evaluation guideline because a hurricane intervened, just as one example. And we were not able to meet the guideline, and the superintendent at that time was gracious to extend it. But I'd like to have something firm in a date at the end of the motion there.
How about, may I make a suggestion?
Yeah.
And, all right, keep the motion as it is and just add and work it and develop a schedule that will keep the board in compliance with the contractual obligations towards evaluation.
Excellent. That keeps it open-ended enough.
Which motion? The first one?
No, it's like,
The one that's showing?
John substituted a
Yes.
motion, so you're going to add it to John's substitute.
Right. William objected to John's substitute, so I didn't know that we had it, so I took it off.
okay.
So where do I start again?
All right, you want my motion?
No, Will objected to it, so.
William,
How
William,
about if we- So Tricia, do you want to just, we can just, so motion that Dr. Rodriguez's evaluation tool be brought back to the original committee for, I can't.
or
for
any
adjustments
adjustments?
made to the 2019 pandemic, and then we can just add the, and be in compliance with, whatever John said, it was in compliance basically with his contract.
In compliance with?
Contractual obligations.
Yeah.
Does John need to accept that, though?
We can,
Will's objection has not been seconded, but let me comment, okay? It's not being sent back because of the pandemic. It's being sent back because the percentages are now off due to whatever degree they are by testing. And the fact that the pandemic caused it is a secondary circumstance. The real issue is that times have changed, circumstances have changed. We're not going to be able to use the instrument exactly as it was developed, so we need to change it. Don't tell them the answer to the experiment before they've conducted the experiment.
For right now, I withdraw my motion. I withdraw my objection.
okay, so Tricia, why don't you do the wording? I think we're all in agreement of what we want to have happen, so.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
So I withdraw.
I move the board directs the chair to reconstitute the ad hoc evaluation committee.
Slow down, direct the chair to reconstitute the ad hoc evaluation committee.
Just say to reassess the evaluation.
To reassess the evaluation tool.
Yeah.
Period.
Period.
Do we need a date on there for Joanne's concerns?
No.
Joanne voiced a concern about that, so we could have a second sentence.
Thank you.
May I respond?
Yeah, let Tricia write the second sentence.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Go right ahead.
The ad hoc evaluation committee will perform this work within the timeline of the contractual obligations.
Let's see. Oh, I needed someone. Is William still the second maker of this motion?
That's fine.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
You're welcome.
Pop up, come on. Come on. right, I'm having a hard time for it showing. Okay. There it goes.
Was that the name of the committee, by the way?
It was the
believe-
evaluation committee.
Yeah,
That's the correct name? Okay.
I believe so.
Yes.
Okay.
Tricia, can I make a suggestion?
Of course, John.
I would say evaluation committee will perform this work to comport with the timeline, excuse me, will perform this work to give the board time to meet the contractual obligations of the contract.
John, that makes it more clear. You want to say that again so Robin can write that?
Okay, we'll perform this work in a time, we'll perform this work in order that the board will have time to meet the contractual obligations
Okay,
of the contract.
yeah, that's much clearer. Thank you.
Um,
And I would like to apologize to the board for not having a prepared motion. I wasn't positive that we needed one or for the, if it could have just been appointed. So I apologize for all this
So I'm
time.
happy to just say right now, you're back in business.
Can I make a clarification? The
Yeah.
ad hoc evaluation committee will perform this work in order that the board will have time to meet.
Yes.
This contractual obligations, yes.
Okay. Hold on. All right, I think I got it. Okay, let's see what pops up.
David has his hand up.
Yeah, hold on a second.
Did I get it?
Yes.
Mr. Stivinger?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just remind the board that this also involves development of the 21-22 tool, because that has to be completed by the end of October prior to the development of that year's budget. So it's not just previous year, it's also the 21-22 that has to be done. So it's not, it's not just that one last year. The group's also going to have to develop the tool for 21-22. But I think this wording would take care of that. I just want to make sure everybody understands that's also part of our obligation. We have to complete that and get agreement prior to the beginning of budget development.
Yeah, that's right, David. We did not identify which year the evaluation tool was for. Therefore, the definition of what you work on is pretty broad.
Dr. Wisniewski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is just a process one. I'm wondering if there is any requirement under policy or the employment contract for Dr. Rodriguez to also agree to the new evaluation tool once it's reassessed by the ad hoc evaluation committee.
Yes, there is.
Okay, so the process would be ad hoc evaluation committee goes back to the drawing board for 2019-2020 evaluation tool. Dr. Rodriguez either approves or disapproves, and then that's when we would actually, as a board, move forward to the assessment portion.
Right.
Okay, so that all needs to be completed by December 31st. Is that accurate?
No.
No? What's the date?
I would say within just a few weeks, because we normally do it in October.
Okay.
It has to be done per his contract by December 31.
Okay. But
Right.
we normally, in past practice,
it's in October.
October. Okay, thank you.
Oops. So, Mr. Urshack, I gather that's you, 0506, Josephine A.
Yeah, that's me. I don't know why it says that. So, David, you serve on a number of committees, and you were on the results committee, which I think may be the correct title for this, as opposed to evaluation. I don't know. You served on that. You also serve on our policy committee. We're going to have additional work there. You also serve on our operations committee. And I think you chaired all three of those. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is this doable, given the additional work you're going to have out of the policy committee, on top of this very time-sensitive issue? Can you do it?
I believe so. But I'd be happy to give up the chairmanship if someone else would rather do it. I think, having the people that already did it cuts down the time required.
Yes.
Otherwise, I would say, I don't want to be part of this. But it's just, because it's time sensitive, I really do think it should be the same folks, because they're already up to speed.
Yes, and I realize you did not appoint yourself as chairperson of all those committees, but it will be a significant workload, and we appreciate your efforts in advance. Was the correct name of the committee the results committee? I mean, it's a technicality.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
so let's just change the verbiage of the motion to reflect the accurate name of that committee that we're reconstituting, if we could.
That would be appropriate. Thank you.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Trish.
Did you hear that, Robin? So change the word evaluation to results.
Yes, ma'am, I'm changing
You
it.
just did it. Okay. Mr. Mel Campbell?
I've got a question. When are we obligated to have the second tool or the second year's tool in place, and what will that constitute other than changing some of the percentages? Is that going to constitute going back to the whole thing, David, or?
Go ahead,
No,
David.
sir. No, sir. The theory was that those percentages would be the only thing that would necessarily change. And the tool for 2021 has already been agreed to.
Okay.
That's already been agreed to. There was a certain percentage of increase that needed to be done. The problem we're gonna resolve is that the baseline is no longer there. So we might have to adjust the baseline, but I doubt that we will. So that, I mean, from what I heard you say, you're absolutely correct. The only thing that would change would be the metrics and the percentage of weight, because the weight changed each year to put more weight on academics and less weight on the soft skills.
That's what I thought we agreed on.
Right.
Okay.
I have the 2021 up, if you wanted to refer to it.
Okay.
Are we working the problem before the committee meets?
No, I just wanted to know what the committee was going to meet about, John. We do have to know what the task is that we are assigning.
Okay, let's see. There not being any further discussion. There's no hands up. Let's go to voting.
Voting is open.
Yes.
Dowling, yes.
Orishak, yes.
Mel Campbell, yes.
Yes,
Dr.
for quads.
Okay.
I guess I got kicked out of Board Docs.
It passed unanimously.
Passed unanimously. So I would like the committee also to look at the facilitator idea, because this has to be given to Dr. Rodriguez orally and in the form of a written summary. He has the right to respond to the written summary. It's a little more involved than what we did in the first 90-day evaluation, where basically I wrote up a written summary of what the number results were. And that seemed to cause some controversy among some board members as well. All right. Any further discussion on that? Ms. Orshak?
Madam Chair, I just want to make certain that we do not involve legal counsel at this juncture. A few board members expressed non-interest at this time, but I think perhaps maybe board action should take place. So I move that the board not proceed at this time. Okay, so it'll leave it open-ended. Not proceed at this time with the chair's suggestion of seeking a facilitator.
So can't we let the results committee bring forward a recommendation to the board? They've heard what we just said.
And they're,
no, I won't go hire anybody. We're asking them to look at this issue. Why can't they look at that part too?
I'm just afraid that you may intervene and seek the counsel of an attorney and term.
I'm a person of integrity. I'm not going to intervene.
Well, I did make my motion. It has not been seconded.
Seconded for discussion.
Go ahead. Mr. Smith?
Oh, excuse, no, I was muted. I just seconded seconded for discussion.
Mr. Dowling?
Could we have the motion repeated, please?
Not up there yet.
It's trying, it says, move that the board not proceed at this time with the chair's suggestion of seeking a facilitator.
Okay. This is just a question on my part, okay? It seems as though facilitators are usually used during negotiations, and I don't see a lot of negotiation in this process. I see a lot of administrative shuffling. You know, we collect the numbers, we add up the scores get delivered to the superintendent responds, and then the superintendent meets with the board. That to me is not facilitator's work. That's an administrative person like Robin. So I will support the motion.
Okay, voting is open.
There were a couple of people with their hand, like David had something to say, and
Oh, I didn't see him here. Now Ms. Orshak's is up.
yeah.
Yeah, I took mine down. I was just going to point out that I'm a trained facilitator, so we might get around that.
Yay.
Is Ms. Orshak hands up, or do you want me to open voting?
It is. I'm just waiting my turn in the queue.
Go ahead.
This motion is just a response to Mr. Geyer's comments about a facilitator, my own, and other board members who mentioned we may not need a facilitator at this juncture. Perhaps the committee at a later point will bring us a recommendation, but for now, I think it's just prudent to ensure the process. That's all.
Ms. Robine?
To me, it seems like we're doing this out of order. That we, you know, that there's not been a recommendation other than a suggestion by the chair for the committee to look at a, you know, a facilitator. So let the committee do their work. I'm sure it was going to be discussed at any rate, and then have then decide based on what their recommendation would be. I don't see, to me, it just seems it's premature to say this.
I agree. And to me, it seems like you're telling now what the committee to do. All I'm asking is for them to look at it. I'm not going to seek a facilitator. It's on record, video, audio. Got it? They're going to come forward with a recommendation. All right, let's vote.
Voting is open.
I vote no.
I vote yes.
No.
Orishak, yes.
I closed voting.
The motion fails, 4-7. Noes are Earl Campbell, Christina Guads, David Strivenger, Kathy Robine, Melvin Campbell, Rachel Wisniewski, and Dick Geyer. All right, so the committee will get to work. That's the next step. All right, I think that, Dr. Rodriguez, do you have anything that you would like to add to our discussion?
He's muted.
Thank you, Kathy. Can you unmute him, please?
Yes.
Yep. Okay, I'm off. No, nothing to add. Nothing to add. I'll meet with the committee, I guess, when they're ready for me to.
Okay. All right. Next on our agenda is the board member conduct. And this was, I believe, Kathy and Earl. So why don't I let Kathy go ahead?
Okay, I asked that this be put on our agenda after our last meeting. I received much outrage from the community about the way we've been running our meetings and not being respectful of each other. I think that the community is tired of this. And I think that if you look at the way we've done today's meeting and yesterday's meeting, we're much better. You know, people are being respectful of the gavel. They're stopping when it's time to stop. They are listening without interrupting. And I just think it's time for us to talk about this and make individual commitments. We only control ourselves. We only control our own behavior. However, when our colleagues digress and go beyond the boundaries of respect, it reflects on all of us. So I'm asking that we discuss this and talk about what we each can do individually to conduct our meetings in a more professional manner.
And I'm going to let Earl, since he also requested this, to go ahead, Earl.
Yes, for me, I think that when I see this happens, it seems as though we as board members sometimes think that the chair is not respecting us. And I don't think that's the problem. We can disagree, but like I said earlier, we need to respect each other because folks out in the community, they might not talk to some of us, but I get a lot of phone calls. People talk about the behavior of board members, you know, and I had one person told me, say, well, if they don't want to be on the board, they need to get off. You know, and not only adults watch us, but students watch us. And I've heard students say the same thing, that the way some of us act, be acting like little kids, you know. So I would hope that, you know, that we act like an adult and make sure that what we are doing is the betterment of students and the district and our staff. Thank you.
Mr. Dowling?
I have received absolutely no comments from anyone about recent meetings, except I get numerous comments about the relationship between each member and the chair. I get comments that the chair treats people on the board differently, that would not think of saying, "Get it," to anybody sitting on her right. That's what I think, that if we want to make a commitment to proper board government, that has to start at the top, at the chair. And that's all I'll have to say.
Ms. Fidrich?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too have received comments in person and via email and text from my constituents about the board behavior. Also from people that are not my constituents. I think it is incumbent upon every member of this board to help facilitate a meeting, to help to abide by our policies. And I do have to make mention of the last board meeting. I was not in attendance. So when I returned, I watched it. It was condensed down to 4 hours. So I watched those 4 hours. There was, as mentioned during yesterday's meeting, when we had the guest speaker, there was a point in our meeting that was over the top. I replayed it several times because I was in absolute disbelief of some of the comments. One comment in particular. It underscores the need for all of us to abide by our policies. I'd like to read to you a policy because I think we govern by policy, and so therefore we can work on our behavior based on policy. Section 2.5, Roman 2.4, Roman numeral 5, number 3. Make comments germane to the matter being actively discussed. The chair or presiding officer may interrupt a board member whose comments on or moves from a topic not being discussed or debated, resulting in the cessation of that board member's comments. As Ms. Robine said just a few minutes ago, I don't know, you use the term respect the gavel, you know?
Yes.
When the chair says off topic and has requested to get back on topic, I think we need to abide by that. Number 7, support the chair or presiding officer in facilitating an orderly meeting. There's another one of our policies. It's really not that hard to act like an adult and give people a chance to make their views known and not have the utterances that are totally embarrassing to this entire board. I know we can do better. Oftentimes at the end of a meeting, I am overjoyed and overwhelmed with the breadth of knowledge, experience, and commitment that every member of this board has, every member in their own way. And we do ourselves a great disservice when we have a meeting such as that, which was at the beginning of this month. There should be no call for such comments made to any member of this board from another member of this board. And I just know that we can do better. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Stribinger?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've been having these discussions for as long as I've been on the board, five and a half years. Same discussions. And with the same plea for people to act respectfully. But something's got to change. We can't just keep asking people to do it because it's obviously not working. Something has to change, and I'm not sure what that would be, other than if the majority of the board feels that someone has gone way over the line, somebody needs to speak up right then and there, and make a motion or something, because we can't just keep having these conversations. They don't change behavior.
True.
And I'm sure that Mr. Earl Campbell has been listening to these conversations longer than I have. So I'm just looking for a way for us to break this cycle where we have these conversations, we ask people to be respectful, and then we go back to the same behavior. So the only thing I can think of is that the next time it happens, the board needs to take action. The board needs to say something right then and there. And not wait for the chair to say it, but the board needs to say, hey, that you were over the line. You need to apologize or something, and deal with it in real time.
Mr. Guyer?
I too have been taken to task by constituents about the tenor of our board meetings. I tell them that we represent very diverse agencies and that disagreements are to be expected because of that. But last week, the last board meeting that we had, the next day I observed the clock meeting. And I observe those meetings, listen, I don't participate, I don't listen. But at the end of the meeting, the board chair asked me if I had any comment. My comment was, it was refreshing to go to a board meeting that's professionally and respectfully conducted. The difference between those two meetings, one on Tuesday night, one on Wednesday night, was astonishing. We should be ashamed. We should absolutely be ashamed. We are not serving as an example for our students, for our staff, and frankly, every meeting I've gone to, I've been disappointed. Every one. We spend time on minutia. We spend time arguing about the agenda. We don't spend enough time on education, reducing the achievement gap. Our staff gives us excellent briefings. It's not the staff that's causing this, it's us. We've got to step up, we've got to improve. I beg you to please do better. I'll do better, I'll try my best to do better. I actually, Tuesday, I went back after the meeting and said, well, there was one good thing about this meeting. I didn't say one thing. I just listened, awestruck by how bad it was. So please, let's do better. Thank you.
Ms. Orshak?
Can we, for the public who's watching, they may be a little confused what it is, what this exchange was, and what we're even referring to right now. Can we just, because I'm not certain what exchange during the board meeting that we are sort of vaguely referring to. Can we have some clarity on that before we continue?
Madam Chair, I think I brought it up. Should I be the one that clarifies?
Sounds good.
Okay, so Ms. Orshak, as I stated, I was not in attendance, so I went back and watched it on the county channel recording.
Okay.
I believe it was right around hour 3, 10 minutes after. Again, it's condensed, so I'm not sure. But the conversation at hand was about the academic calendar. A presentation was given by Dr. Stratos about the academic calendar. Questions were brought up, and Ms. Walton was there to also answer any questions. Again, it was about the student academic calendar. At some point, Mr. Smith wanted some questions answered about the employees that were above and beyond the academic calendar. And it was said by the chair, and again, I'm recalling this, the chair, Dr. Stratos and Ms. Walton, I believe, that tried to emphasize that the discussion was the academic calendar, not all employees' calendars. Mr. Smith had a point he was trying to make or clarify or whatever, and he would not stop, even though Dr. Watts at some point tried to get the meeting back on topic and asked him to, I think called it out of order. At which point, Mr. Smith made a comment about something along the lines of, get your foot off my neck. I can't breathe. This was brought up yesterday's meeting when Dr. Watts asked our parliamentarian facilitator about personal attacks, and she even indicated it was over the top, and that's why I used the term over the top. I believe I have that correct. If I have any of that incorrect, someone please let me know.
Yes, you do have the part incorrect. I believe it was take your knee off my neck so that I can breathe and so that I can serve my community. That's what it was. And also, at some points in there, I believe I was muted by the host of the call. So therefore, so that I could serve, so I can breathe and serve my community. That part, I believe, possibly did not come out because I was muted by the host of the call or one of them. So if we're going to put it on record, then that is what was said. Thank you.
Okay, I respectfully disagree with Mr. Smith. I agree with Tricia Fidrich's analysis that she just said after Ms. Orszak asked the question, what are we talking about? At 3 hours and 24 minutes and 27 seconds, Mr. Smith said, I just wish the chair would take her foot off my neck and let me breathe, unquote. I went back and watched it. So let's keep going with the discussion. Mr. Mel Campbell.
I don't want to deal with that particular. I think we can do a better job as a board if we encourage some human relationships within the board. I think we need to look at each other as persons of value and persons that can contribute. And I think we all can respect each other from that particular position. I think for too often times we're bogged down with little arguments about basic things that are basically semantics and not the business of the board. And I listen and I sometimes tune it out, and sometimes I want to make a comment, but sometimes it's just not worthy. And I know individuals all have different temperaments, but when we're talking about being an elected official and being on a board, we are representative, and representative does not mean you're your own person, you're representing others too. So I suggest we all concentrate on remaining representative. And that goes from, the structural sense of representing a larger community, but also representing your families and yourself. Thank you for listening.
Mr. John Dowling.
David, I think one of the reasons we've had this conversation for years and years, before I was on the board, but I was involved with the board, is that nothing has changed about the board's opinion of its relationship to each other. It still at times resembles a club. And some of us, myself included, at times are very thin-skinned, and we don't let things pass, okay? For example, since it's the topic du jour, Mr. Smith's comments was out of the vernacular, okay? everybody understood it, that's what you need, that's what he meant. Everybody understood what he meant, whether they agree with it or not. So therefore, it was really an effective statement. And again, it's the matter of how thin-skinned we are, how easily we take offense, and how we handle differences of opinion. One wise person once said that it's the differences of opinion that make sports races. Style should not be valued more than substance. What I commit to do is to try to look at what a person is saying, not how they're saying it. If what they're saying, if how they're saying it offends me, well, that's partly my problem. Okay, but I still reserve the right to challenge their ideas. And if that's done bluntly, so be it. If one person's style is to be oblique, so be it. That's them. If I want to be blunt, that's me. And that's what, as a group of assembled elected representatives sent in by different districts, is all about. We're not a club. We don't have rules for membership or rules of behavior. The board is comprised of who is sent to us, and we deal with that. So I would hope that we adopt a policy that respect is a two-way street. It's from members to the chair and from the chair to members. And if we resolve to try to look beyond how somebody is saying something and to look at what it is they're saying, then I think we'll be much more harmonious. But don't forget, this is a political body. Our business is education, but we're a political body. And political language sometimes has to get pointed because of our limited time to talk and the importance of making our point on an important issue. So I was not particularly bothered by Mr. Smith's analogy because I know where it came from. I know what he meant. If he had said it to me, I wouldn't have thought twice about it. It's just, even the parliamentarian yesterday said, it was over the top, but sometimes you got to let things pass. Let's let things pass, not get on edge unnecessarily.
Mr. Orson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you take the exchange that Mrs. Fidrich and Dr. Guach just described to the public in an isolated fashion, it does seem over the top, but I think what the public is missing and what I've observed for some time is a level of frustration and tension between Mr. Smith and our chairperson. I have witnessed on multiple occasions at agenda setting meetings where the three officers present, Dr. Guads, Mrs. Robine, and Mr. Smith, where Mr. Smith may make a motion and not even receive the courtesy of a second to it, solely for discussion. That has happened several times. These are the types of things that build tension. You also have the scenario about how the chair handled the grievances issue pertaining to Mr. Smith. The chair unilaterally sought legal counsel on the matter prior to bringing it even to the board's attention. There is a background there that for me is important and helps me understand what brought Mr. Smith to say that figure of speech. It was a figure of speech.
Mr. Smith?
One thing I would like to start out by saying is that I would like to ask the host of the call if they can both unmute, and I would like to ask the host at any point in time with the chair saying that I was out of order, was I muted? That's what I would like the chair to ask them. Did they mute me in the process of me saying my saying what I said? Because that is
I don't
evident.
control the electronics. You ask them.
No problem. Robin, did you mute me at any point in time of me talking?
I did not mute you during the point of your exchange between Dr. Gwatz.
So when she said you're out of order, I was never muted.
No, sir, I did not mute you during that time.
Okay, so maybe Molly did it. I was muted. In fact, I believe I even have it on my phone where I was muted at. Molly, did you mute me?
Molly is not attending the meeting this afternoon.
Okay, well that question is very relevant, and I take it very serious that they're saying that it was said that I said that to take my foot off of take your foot off of my neck and let me breathe. And like I said, I did say it. I said tonight I said take your foot off my neck so that I can breathe. Like Dr. said, that's what Dr. Gwatz said. I know it was along those lines, but out of my build-up frustration, take your foot off my neck so I can breathe, so that I can serve my community, because I don't believe that I've been able to serve my community under certain things that have been going on this board. The Beaufort Gazette have called me. I refrained from commenting. So there were things that led up to this, and also, you know, it's one thing about life is that every day you wake up, you get another shot at life, or you get another chance. Because one thing I know for sure, I think it was said by Thomas. I think by Theodore Roosevelt. And he was talking about the man in the arena. You can tell me about whether you throw that next punch, or he has a quote that Theodore Roosevelt said that you can tell me about how you would respond when someone throw that punch at you, or how you would throw the punch at someone, but until you're in the arena, then you don't know how you'll respond. So I understand a lot of you saying that you get emails, you gotten calls. Yeah, I've gotten some calls too. So, but the thing is, the people who called, the question is, how would they respond if they were in the arena? We can all say now that we're not in live time how we will respond. But to be quite honest, though, some of you, but basically, I don't think any of us will know how we'll respond until we actually put into that position. So it's easily said how it could be handled. So, you know, with that being said, I see this is it was a very touchy subject for my colleagues, and I guess some of them are very, very uncomfortable with what was said. I've been uncomfortable with a lot of things I've been going through on this board moving forward. I have. So with that being said, for the board members who were all my colleagues, and I'm not going to say embarrassed, because I didn't embarrass anybody. I told my true feelings of what I meant, and like I said, at that point in time, I was frustrated, and I felt like my back was against the wall. And I was just in the room, and pretty much you can't go nowhere, and I was not doing justice for serving my people, and that's exactly what I said. So with that, for colleagues that have been said that they're embarrassed, I apologize for you that you feel embarrassed, but mostly importantly, to the community and to everyone, I will say that I apologize for the fact that you may have felt that what I've said might have embarrassed the board, but that was how I feel in that moment, and that has not kind of changed. But when it comes out to me as an elected official, and me being as William Smith, I'm William Smith before I'm a board member, before I'm anybody, and for that, I do apologize to the people who may have felt that I've let them down, all my colleagues, because at no point in time do I want to let my colleagues down. But at that point in time, I told my colleagues how I feel, and I just hope that in their heart they can find out that they heard where I'm at when it comes to certain things on this board at certain times. I don't mind voting by myself. I don't mind disagreeing, but at the end of the day, I'm still a human being. That's my statement. Thank you.
Would anybody like to speak that has not spoken?
Trish
Dana?
was raising her hand.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just would like to
Okay.
address a comment. Oh, I'm sorry, Tina, you said that had not spoken. Are you, did you call on me?
Nobody else. Actually, it was you and Joanne still. So, and you've both
Okay.
spoken.
Just two comments are swirling around in my head right now. There are tensions between many members of the board, between each other. It's not just the chair and Mr. Smith. There are obvious tensions that have been going on for 2 years almost. Okay, so I mean, I don't want the community to think it's just, you know, a two-way street there, tensions between the chair and the secretary. And secondly, in no way would I say that take your knee off my neck, I can't breathe, has now become a figure of speech. A figure of speech is everyday language that is used to explain a situation. I don't think that that comment is in the realm of just a figure of speech. I think it said volumes. However, there is obvious tension between the chair and the secretary. And I do believe that a conversation between the two, it would be wise to just try to air some of this, to try to come to an understanding of what's transpired. And I would suggest that Dr. Gwads and Mr. Smith sit down and have a conversation and try to clear the air. Thank you.
Ms. Orshak?
So, Tricia, when I look up figure of speech, I get a word or phrase used in a non-literal sense for rhetorical or vivid effect. And I believe that's what Mr. Smith's statement was. It was a metaphor, if you will, for let me do my job. Give me a second to a motion simply for discussion. You don't even have to vote for it. There is some degree of blocking him at every turn. I've seen it. And, you know, Mr. Smith didn't use any profanities. He didn't threaten anyone's safety or well-being. There are clearly tensions there. And yes, there are tensions among other board members, and perhaps we manage them differently. But I think the chair could also go a long way in de-escalating that situation with Mr. Smith, who is an officer, who this board unanimously put into that position. There could be an effort, an olive branch there, extending greater courtesy to Mr. Smith as an officer. There are many times where Mr. Smith is not aware of matters that the chair is privy to and should be as an officer.
Exactly, Ms. Orshak, which is why I suggested that they meet and have a conversation.
Ms. Robine?
I'd just like to clarify one point about this particular incident. There was a motion on the floor about the academic calendar. So when Mr. Smith started asking about the other calendars, and he was out of order at that time, we needed to dispose of that motion prior to moving forward.
Dr. Wisniewski?
So I've been listening to what everybody says regarding this, and it just, there's one thing that I recall from our conversation with the parliamentarian yesterday, where she made the point and the suggestion that the chair can give direction of how to proceed further if a member brings forward something that seems to be out of order. And I think that in some circumstances that might be helpful, such as this one, where, you know, it was deemed that Mr. Smith was out of order. Maybe direction could have been given to, you can make a motion afterwards, or we can revisit this. But I think it was so contentious at the time that that didn't happen. So I believe that there can be, all board members are capable of making these suggestions, but I think from the chair's seat, it would be helpful in some of those circumstances, whether it be the secretary or someone else, to give a suggestion of how we proceed when a member is potentially out of order or off topic. If someone's off topic, then suggest that it be brought down to future agenda items. I'm just giving some type of potential remedy for when we possibly revisit this in the future, or it occurs in the future, because I don't doubt that it will. I'm just trying to find some type of path for how we can move on past them. Thank you.
Ms. Zurashek?
Rachel, I think that's a great suggestion. Thank you for sharing that. I would like to know how that translates at the committee level as well. I will give one example that I hadn't discussed with the board. Only those attending the meeting were witness to it. But at a finance committee meeting, and where I was officiating over as chair, when presented with a challenge to a point that I had raised, the chair of the board asked me to stop what I was doing to verify, find the proper documentation to verify the point that I had raised. And I politely suggested that can wait till the end of the meeting. I'm happy to find that for you, but it was demanded that I stop conducting the meeting and find the information then and there. I had to pass the gavel to Mr. Geyer to conduct the meeting until the information was obtained. That was clearly out of order and should have been called as such. So not only do we need to look at these issues, we need to look at what's the common thread and are they spilling over to our committee meetings? Now, granted, most of the committee meetings that I have observed and attended go smoothly. So that needs to be looked at there. Why are those meetings going smoothly? What is the formula for success there?
I respectfully disagree with your comment just now, Ms. Orshak, about that finance committee meeting. You need to go back and watch the video. If there's no video, listen to the audio. I specifically told you you did not need to stop the meeting. No, you did not need to give the gavel to Mr. Geyer. I said I would look it up. You did not know. And I looked it up and I found it, I believe, before you did. So that is not factually correct. You've also made another factually incorrect comment that basically you're implying that the grievance issue I decided. No, I did not decide the grievance issues. The grievances that were filed against William Smith by the 4 Beaufort County School District employees, the board made that decision, not me as an individual. And you just can't get over that. And so I'm sorry, I disagree with you. I disagree with you. I have the floor, ma'am. I disagree with you. You don't like it when somebody disagrees with you.
Madam Chair, can we move on?
Yes. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to suggest we move on if no one else has any other comment.
Do you have something new to say, Mr. Dowling?
Yes, I do.
Go ahead.
I attended that finance meeting. Tone means a lot. In my opinion, you were nasty. Okay, that's just my opinion. I think other people who watch you share that view. Now, as far as a figure of speech, Tricia, with great respect, in certain cultures, certain groups, it is very well understood as a figure of speech. We're a diverse group. We come from different backgrounds, we have different codes, and we all have to accept each other. That's all I'll say.
Madam Chair, may I respond?
Yes, go right ahead.
Mr. Dowling, I just can't let that go a little bit unchallenged, because a figure of speech in common vernacular just doesn't have the emotion that at this time in our history, what you're trying to say that sequence of words is just a figure of speech. And it is my contention that at this particular point in history, in our nation's history, in our time, that right now, that sequence of words is filled with emotion and all kinds of insinuations and nuances, and it's not just a typical figure of speech. So I respectfully disagree.
Dowling?
Okay, I'll agree to disagree. But
okay.
But Chairman Glotz, see, you just proved the point with Ms. Orshak. You slammed the gavel in nanoseconds on it. You raised your voice. You brook no dissent whatsoever. I'm asking you to lighten up.
So, Mr. Dowling, my response to that is I had the floor at that time, and once again, Ms. Orshak was interrupting
Well,
me while I was talking. You're going to do the same thing right now. Why am I not given the courtesy of having the floor? Like I give you the courtesy of having the floor. I give Ms. Orshak the courtesy of having the floor. I give Mr. William Smith the courtesy of having the floor, but I'm not allowed to have the floor. And it's very clear that some of the members, and they'll go nameless, but I think the public certainly knows because I hear a lot from the public. You know, some people can be belligerent and angry and nasty and whatever words you want to use, and that's okay. They can do that. But then other people, oh no, you have a different standard. I think we've discussed this enough, and we'll move on. So now we're on to the length of the board meeting. This was Mr. Earl Campbell's.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I would like to do is make a motion and get a second, and then I can discuss the reason why I'm asking for this. So I make a motion at this time that our meetings end at 9:15.
Second.
All right, Dr. Wisniewski was the second.
Okay, now, my reason for this is we had a meeting, I think it was in June, I can't remember the date. That meeting went for a total of 7 hours. And that should not have happened. Staff members should not have to come to work and spend 8 hours and then spend another length of time and then have to get up the next day and go back to work. So that was one of the reasons. The other reason is during that meeting, we had some board members discussing some issues. They couldn't remember the motion that they made or somebody else made. And that happened 3 times. And none of that had anything to do with student achievement at all. We as board members should show respect to our staff members. They work hard. And they have never, not heard one of them complain. But I don't think that they should have to come to work at 8 o'clock in the morning and then at a board meeting, don't leave until 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock. That's ridiculous. And even at that meeting also, we had some members arguing with the legal people. These folks are attorneys. They've been to school. They know exactly what they're talking about. And I think that is disrespectful also, because none of us on this board are attorneys. And so I hope that, one thing I hope that we will do as board members is listen a lot more than we do. I don't ask too many questions because I don't think I need to ask questions. The time when I ask questions and I get the answers. And I want to say this. A wise man told me a long time ago when I got on the board that use criticism for your strength. And I didn't know what he was talking about. And finally one day I asked him what he was talking about. And he said, you listen to what they have to say and let them know what you're going to do about it and go on and leave it alone. And so that's the reason why when I leave the board meeting at night, I don't take any of that home with me. I leave it at the board meeting. And so all I'm saying to you is, let's think about our staff, personnel, and when we have meetings, don't let's go off the handle, and when we're not talking about, or when we're not discussing student achievement and issues that's going to benefit the district and benefit our staff and our students. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Dowling.
Earl, I would never deny your right to think what you want and you have your own view of what our role is. I'm a different ilk. I think that we have other things to worry about along with student achievement. And that's where those discussions that obviously rile you so much take place. I don't feel as though our workload should be determined by the specific end time. We weren't elected to get it done time permitting. We were elected to get it done, period. If we have to have shorter meetings, we have to have more of them, then it's very simple. There's an economic term for it, elastic demand and inelastic demand. The demand is not going to change no matter how much or how little time we allot for one meeting. It just can't happen. And I understand where you're coming from, but some of us do take it home with us, and some of us spend time in between meetings dealing with constituents and all the other research and reading that comes into play in order to be able to ask intelligent, well-formed questions. So I'm not criticizing you in the slightest. I'm just telling you what I believe is our true role is. Our true role is to get the job done in total and not neglect other areas because they're not quote unquote student achievement. Student achievement will suffer if we let other areas slide. For example, money. If we do not conduct financial oversight, all of a sudden, whoops, we don't have the money to provide the tools for student achievement. It's all interrelated.
Ms. Orshak?
So Mr.
Okay, so
Campbell,
I firmly oppose. What? Pardon me?
We thought you were
I'm
finished.
sorry. I'm firmly opposed to setting a time limit on meetings unless we're guaranteed that there will be a sufficient amount of meetings to address all the work that we have. And one more thing, I'll make it quick. I'm sensitive about the staff. We could ask the superintendent to rely on his staff less for answers to questions, have them brief him before the meeting, and have him address us during the meeting. That would be one perhaps way to lighten the load on the staff. Okay, that's my piece.
Ms. Orshak?
John, that's a good suggestion on, having the board having more direct interactions with Dr. Rodriguez versus staff. I like that. Earl, so if the board should approve your motion today, what that would do is draw a line in the sand, and then I assume the officers would then craft the agenda differently, perhaps fewer agenda topics to meet that 9:15 deadline. Is that what you envisioned, or did you assume that the meeting would be recessed at that time and move to a subsequent follow-up meeting?
I would suggest, and if we have done it in the past, that we have a vote once we come to that time whether to extend the meeting. We did that in the past.
Yes, we did.
But what I'm talking about, this meeting that I was talking about wasn't because it was anything that was on the agenda and we discussed it. It was about three issues, 3 times about a motion that a member couldn't remember what he said. That's what I had to say. Thank you.
So, may I have a follow-up?
Go ahead.
So, Mr. Campbell, the board always reserves, we always have the opportunity to recess. So I'm wondering if your motion is saying everything you want it to say.
Okay.
Is that the extent of your motion there?
My motion is to end the meetings is end at 9:15.
Okay.
Then if we want to extend the meeting, then we have to vote on it to extend it.
Okay.
Mr. Stribinger?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was on the board when we had this in place, and as I recall, almost every meeting we had to vote to extend the meeting. I think what we have been doing recently is actually the best solution to the length of board meetings, which is to recess at 9:15 if we haven't completed our agenda, and then pick it up the next day. So I would move to amend this motion to add end or recess at 9:15. The advantage, I believe, to that is if we recess, all the board members will then realize that if we go past 9:15, it's going to go to Wednesday. So we have to block that time off on Wednesday, kind of pencil it in. So
I'll second that, David.
Okay.
And the reason I'll second it is that there's a legal question here, parliamentary question, is that if we end the meeting without postponing discussion on articles that were posted, will be in violation of the Freedom of Information Act. You just can't ignore items on the agenda and call the meeting quits. You have to recess it, or you have to vote on each item to postpone it to a date certain. Okay, so I think your suggestion is perfectly in line, and I would welcome it.
Did you hear that, Robin?
Yes, I put it up on the
Yeah, recess at.
Do we need to say PM?
At 9.
So I know we get hung
Yes.
up on little things like that, so I. Thanks, Robin.
Mr. Geyer's hands up.
Mr. Geyer, you're next.
Madam Chair, I was going to make the same suggestion that Mr. Stribinger did,
Okay.
but I would like to also comment on Dr. Rodriguez answering all the questions of his staff.
Can you get a little closer to your mic, please? Thank you.
I want to mention the issue about having Dr. Rodriguez answer more of the questions directly rather than his staff. I would agree with that. It's a much smaller, less complex school system. It's not. He has an excellent staff. He cannot be expected, and he is not, I've seen, a micromanager of his staff. He needs to have his staff answer our questions so that we can get an immediate answer and not have to have him go back and check on his staff to get the answer. So that is not something that I would like to see encouraged, is that Dr. Rodriguez be held responsible to be able to answer all the questions. Thank you.
Bell Campbell?
Yeah, I agree with each of you, I suppose. The meetings are much too long, and we lose our mental alertness after a certain amount of time, particularly folks who are up in age like I am. And we can't retain all those facts that we've looked at before, and we can't be alert. And the public is the same thing. We have to consider how long the public is viewing these meetings and what how their engagement is affected. So I do believe that we'll be meeting much too long for public meetings. And I don't know of anybody in America that has these kinds of meetings and consider them effective every time, 6 hours or 7 hours meetings. So I would agree that we need to find a way. I don't know whether this motion is parliamentary or not, but find a way to shorten our meetings so that we can get more done within the time. And if we need more time, allow it at another day.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I think the wording of the motion as printed is in error. I don't think David used the word end. I think he used the word recess.
Recess.
I added recess and or recess.
Yeah, it's both.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Is the intent though that if you end the meeting, you're going to table everything on the agenda that you didn't get to?
Well, that's the recess part, yeah.
Recess.
If you recess, then you still have the remaining agenda to deal with.
That's what I mean. That's why
Right.
I would be happy to strike end and just leave it at recess.
But what if you're done with all the topics? You might be done if it's a short meeting. So then you're not going to recess.
Well, then you don't need a policy to conclude the meeting that way. You just end it.
Well, Madam
You've
Chair,
satisfied your agenda. You hit your gavel, and we all go home.
Madam
And
Chair,
we're
can I-
there already.
Mr. Stribinger?
Yeah, the only thing, John, is, and this again from history, you could get to 9:15 and have 30 more minutes to end the meeting. And so you vote to extend the meeting 30 minutes because you don't want to recess and then come back tomorrow for 30 minutes. So I think you need that flexibility.
Yeah, and I think, okay, I'm sorry. I think you get that if you just use the word recess and leave the word end out of it. But just a comment.
Do what you just said, David. Yeah. Mr. William Smith?
When it comes to this topic, there are a couple things that that brings concern is that first I would just like to say to my colleagues is that, being a board member is also a part of serving. And a part of serving is no different than we have people right now who are overseas who are fighting so this country, so that people in this country can have their freedom and so that they can be free and walk around and do their jobs and take care of their kids and do whatever their will is. And being a board member, when we sign up for this, our job is to basically do and govern the district. And if it takes upon longer hours than others, then unfortunately that is one thing that we do sign up for, and not to be sensitive. And I've heard Mr. Campbell say that sometimes that others who are older in age are not sometimes always have the longevity than people that may be as young as me on this board, and I do understand that. But however, we do sign up to get the board's board's work done. So I just something that I just want to put out there is that I appreciate that once again, and I appreciate the men and women who do a great job who are serving this country in the military capacity. But as board members, it's our job to also serve this district because that's what we were signed up for. And I also, my second thing is I remember asking as an officer that we might need to add a additional meeting per month along the terms of Mr. Scribner's motion says to recess, or basically what that's done is what that is doing is that's basically adding another meeting, is adding the meeting the next day. But that's when it comes to supporting this motion, I ask myself, should we just have another meeting per month, or should we do the next day meeting? Would that also would that be fair? And then the saying about the staff, realistically, the staff make, not counting no one's pockets, but the staff they're compensated for their work. And once again, going back to my original piece about the people in the military, they get paid knowing that when they work, they get paid. Our staff is the same thing. Is that where if we support the superintendent, then we should trust in him that he knows how to flex his people hours or how to do what needs to be done so that they can come to work in a timely manner, or so that they can make it to where if the board meeting goes over time that he's conversating or he's working with them on their hours or their pay. I mean, that's what we hire the superintendent for. So I hope we're not kind of contradicting ourselves there as well. because once again, you know, our staff gets paid pretty good. They get paid more than board members. So they are compensated for their time here. We're not asking anyone that, to my recollection, to work for free. So that's something else I wanted to say. And then also now, and I close with, in the past, I've come to board meetings for years, and I've watched, as Mr. Scrivener have stated as well as Mr. Campbell, that once upon a time they did used to say and there's now 9:15, we got to stop in the middle of a conversation. Now we need someone to make a motion to go past 9:30. I think it was 9:30 before or something. So I mean that's those are things that have been done, and I don't think that worked, because you see where the board is at right now. We're still right back here saying the same exact thing. So those are just some couple things of food for thought that I want to give to the board when it comes to this topic, as well as this motion. Thank you.
Mr. Earl Campbell?
I just want to say this. This doesn't have anything to do with what the military does. I served 20 years in the military, and 3 of those years was in combat. So that's a whole different subject. When we talk about our staff people in the military, it's a whole different thing, ball game. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Stribinger?
To follow up just a bit on Mr. Earl Campbell's statement, I believe you had a Bronze Star decal. I believe you won a Bronze Star. So I just wanted to throw that in. And I agree with you. This military analogy is not appropriate here.
All right, I think we're ready to vote.
Voting is open.
Yes.
When I just want to put it back out there. When I compare board members as a service, the military is a service. So I understand Mr. Scrivener and Mr. Campbell may not compare the two. I've never served in the service, but one thing I do know is I have common sense, and I know that they both are services, because board members work beyond the stipend that we get paid. And really, this is a service. This is us giving back to our community, and as well as military, you give back to your country. So I just want to put that out there. I don't want to offend no one, but those are the bases that I made my judgment on, the two comparisons. They both serve. I serve my community, they serve their country. No difference. Thank you.
Cushenberry, please show the results.
I don't have all the voting. Mr. Dowling, how are you voting?
Yes.
Yes.
Borshak, yes.
Mr. Smith, how are you voting?
I will abstain.
Motion carries 10-01. Mr. Smith abstained. All right, now we're on to the board self-evaluation process, which might have already taken place.
We've been on that already.
This is something that Tricia has asked to be on the agenda. My understanding, and Earl can help us a little bit with this too, is that yes, it is in our policy. I believe it's 2.1M, but I don't think it's ever been done. Is that correct, Mr. Campbell, in the recent years? Mr. Earl Campbell?
Pardon?
Oh, so we're on the agenda item, board self-evaluation process, and it's in our current policy to do an annual evaluation. I believe it was 2.1M. But my understanding is it hasn't been done in the recent past. Is that correct?
We did have one. We had a formula what we went by, but it did not work the way it should have.
And about how long ago was that?
Yes. Oh, shoot. That was, Ms. Orishak, were you on the board then?
there was a form that we started to fill out at the
Yeah.
end of every board meeting, but that was very short-lived.
Yeah, it
I
was.
think that was under Mr. Evans as chair,
Right.
if I recall, yes.
So Ms. Fidrich, I'll let you address this.
Thank you, Dr. Watts. The reason I requested this item is that in reviewing our policies, I noted that there should be an annual self-evaluation. I think it's crucial for us to determine an evaluation tool, determine criteria for to be included in that evaluation tool, and to do some self-assessment other than just the conversation that we had today, which I hope will, lead to some greater understanding. So I think it's important, and I was even thinking, Dr. Watts, that you might, try to put together an ad hoc committee to work on this.
Dr. Wisniewski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I was thinking on it, my suggestion would also be to form an ad hoc committee, but I think that the self-evaluation process and a lot of the scope of or the things that would be evaluated would be found in the new policy manual that hasn't yet been adopted. I feel like that would kind of serve as the guiding post for what we should evaluate ourselves on. It has a lot of different things with regard to board responsibilities and whatnot. So my suggestion would be to pause the creation of any ad hoc self-evaluation committee until we had finalized that document. That's just a suggestion, though.
Mr. Strivenger?
I agree with Dr. Wisniewski to some extent. I would hope that you could form the committee and assume that the policies are going to get passed. But the only other thing would be, we would have to adhere to the same principles that we used in the superintendent's evaluation, in that things have to be measurable and specific. And I agree with Dr. Wisniewski that I think the items are already in our policy. So I would support forming a committee similar to the results committee. Come up with a tool, measurable statistics, and move forward.
Ms. Fidrich?
Thank you. We are already operating under a set of policies. So a self-evaluation is looking in the rearview mirror. And I think we need to evaluate ourselves on the current set of policies. Of course, when this new set is adopted, if it is, then that would be within line for the next set. They're not really that greatly different anyway, but I would recommend that this is long overdue. I don't know that waiting is necessarily a good idea. I think that to form the committee now, to get working on it, and we start looking at ourselves in the mirror based on a set of criteria as soon as possible.
Good point.
Mr. Smith?
Well, my question goes back to this. I do a lot of self-evaluation myself on how I do at board meetings, and I don't know about my colleagues, but I evaluate how board meetings are going and how some of the things that are going that we're doing from time to time myself. But my question also becomes, when we do these evaluations, the ultimate thing is that legally by law, what can be done with these evaluations? I mean, by law, not an opinion, but by fact stating the law, what could possibly be done with these evaluations? Besides, as an example, the superintendent's evaluations, if the evaluations are not good, then the board makes a decision because he's the actual employee versus us being elected officials. So, I just, when it comes to these kinds of measurements, I think that there are gray areas that sometimes as board members, I think that we worry too much upon how board members act or who goes along with certain things versus the actual function of a board member's job of the 5 main things that we're actually here for. So, I just think once again, I think that this could be an area that we're putting too much focus on versus the education component and where we are right now in our economy and what we're dealing with actually as board members. So those are my thoughts.
Tricia?
Good thoughts, Mr. Smith. Again, I've been asking for this for a little bit because I think it's imperative. We do have a set of policies. In our policies, there are such things as the job responsibilities or roles for the chair, for the vice chair, for the secretary. Just those alone would be some criteria for us to do a self-evaluation. There are myriad other policies upon which we could use for self-evaluation. And besides that, it's in our policy. We are to do an annual self-evaluation.
Mr. Stribinger?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was just going to say that the purpose of the tool is to gather some data so that we can look at it and figure out ways to improve. That's the whole point of it. We might think we know how we did last year, but get some data. It could show us that it's not exactly what we think. There might be policies that we need to develop. It's just part of the improvement cycle that if you don't have it, your chances of constantly improving, are pretty slim. So just to try to address Mr. Smith's thing, that's the whole point of it, and that's why you need it.
Ms. Robine?
Yes, I was going to say something similar to what Mr. Stribinger said. Often an outcome of a self-evaluation are identifying areas that the board might need more development in. And we do have a policy also that states the board will participate in development activities, that we will grow our strengths. So I think that's another outcome of a self-evaluation.
Ms. Orshak?
This is a question for Robin. Robin, is the self-evaluation part of our work plan? I think that it is. I think Dr. Berg, when he was with the district, brought that in front of the board. He didn't know what it was. He was trying to follow up on everything on our work plan. And we have postponed it since even that time. But I think it is an operational expectation. Is that correct? Maybe even somebody on the policy committee can answer it.
Well, I have the plan here in front of me, and I don't see it on here, but I'm looking really quickly at it.
No, ma'am, it's not part of the work plan. It was something he was trying to understand, that he misunderstood what a PE was.
A performance expectation?
Yes.
Okay. And was it a performance expectation?
No, ma'am, it's not.
No. Okay.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I can't remember all of them, but it's not scheduled on our work plan.
Okay, good to know. So it's just a board policy and we're following up that way. Do you by any chance have in your old folders, just as an example for the board or a committee that may be formed on this, what that old form looked like at the conclusion of every meeting? It was just a quick list of bullet points.
Yes, I do.
You do. Could you share that with the board or send that via email at some time?
I will.
Thanks, Robin.
Dowling?
I think the word evaluation gets in the way, that we're going to just grade ourselves and then beat ourselves up if we get less than an A-. I don't see how we can create goals without doing self-analysis on what we need to improve on, what we've done, and what we haven't been able to do. So I think that the results of it would be an integral part of the goal-setting process. And I would predict that goals change more often than we currently envision. What just one quick thing. What we did in discussing board member conduct was in a way of an evaluation because we shared viewpoints and came up with some things that we might want to work harder on as individuals and as a group. That to me is the essence of a self-evaluation anyway, not a statistical analysis of how many motions we passed and what we did this and what we did that. That's an important part of it. But in order to see how well we're functioning as a group, we have to take into account other factors. So to me, a self-evaluation is just getting together to talk. A lot of boards call it a board retreat rather than a self-evaluation. To me, it's the same thing.
Dr. Wisniewski?
Madam Chair, is there a motion on the floor yet?
No, you can make one.
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to move that the board directs the chair to form an ad hoc self-evaluation committee to create the self-evaluation tool for board approval and use. Robin, I'll type it in the chat box.
Second.
That was Mr. Stringer.
Apologies for my nail clacking on the keyboard here.
All right. I had the discussion ahead of the motion, so no, as soon as we get it up, I think we can vote.
Working, Robin, sorry.
Yep, that's okay.
There. I didn't proofread that, so.
Okay. Are you ready to open voting? There being no further questions?
I vote yes.
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 Orchak, yes.
Motion carries unanimously. All right, looks like we came to the end of our meeting.
Dr. Gladz?
Yes, go ahead.
If I may, so what's the next step in this? Are you?
Why don't I ask for input on Tuesday's meeting and give a deadline, and because board members can express interest whether or not they want to serve on this, and then I'll I don't know exactly the time frame, but certainly several days, so people can say whether or not they're interested in serving, and then I'll appoint a committee.
Okay, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear. There was some garbling. So you're gonna, by when do you want this, if we're interested?
No, well, I was going to announce that we're forming this at the meeting on Tuesday, so you'll have time after that.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Robine?
Yes, can I just recommend that you're specific once you make that statement when interest needs to be indicated by, that there's a deadline for indicating an interest in the committee.
Sounds good. All right. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
All right, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Adjourned.
Have a good weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.